pense que je parlerai d'abord. Et tu commences. Et Nico, on a annoncé pour les gens 10h30. Hein.
10h30 la première intervention, mais l'introduction.
Ah oui, pour l'introduction. Autant pour moi.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to this workshop on political banditry in the Balkans and Asia Minor. My name is Gilles de Rapert. I'm director for modern and contemporary studies at the École Française d'Athènes, the French school in Athens. And particularly pleased to be here. This project started 2 years ago as an exploratory workshop proposed to the École Française by Nikos and Alexandre. And following this first workshop in 2023, we decided to transform it into a research program of the École Française, among many other programs, but one specific program. We had a second workshop last year in Athens, and this is the third one here in Rethymno. Just so I'm very pleased that this third workshop takes place here at the Institute for Mediterranean Studies. It's always a pleasure to be here, but also because the Institute is linked to the École Française through a memorandum of understanding. So we are very pleased to see that this memorandum of understanding is useful and that activities take place within this framework. Also, I would like to thank the University of Crete for its participation, the INALCO, who also contributed to this meeting. I will not say too long because I will leave Nikos and Alexandre present the program. Just on my behalf, or my point of view, the reason why we choose to have this program at the École Française is first this focus on ego documents, which is something I think new in that on that topic, and it helps to renew the research on the topic of political banditry. But most important is first the regional dimension, the comparative and within this Balkan and Asia Minor context. And the second important point for me is that, as was revealed in the first two workshops, is that working on these documents is not only a way to shed light on historical events and on political banditry as a phenomenon, but it's also a way to look at its legacy until today, until the present, because these documents have been transmitted in different ways, but their present status is, I think, almost as important as a status as sources. So that's for me the two main points, and that's why we are and we will continue to support the program. Thank you. I wish you a pleasant and productive workshop, and I leave the floor to Nikos and Alexandre.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Gilles, for these introductive words. So you already said a lot on the frame of the project and the first meetings. We started in 2023 spring at the École Française d'Athènes for these experimental workshop, and then we decided to continue on a regular program, and we met again at the École Française d'Athènes in 2024. So this is our third meeting, and we opted for this third meeting for regional focus on Crete. Why Crete? Because we noted from the very beginning that Crete was one of the main providers of these bandits, a kind of fish pan for, as Macedonia was a fish pan for these political banditry, and it produced bandits, but also it exported bandits. So the kind of, let's say, process of deterritorialization of banditry from Crete to other part of the Balkan wars, starting from Macedonia. You will see, if you look at the program, that we choose a diachronic approach in order to cope with many cases that belong to different contexts, but that have a common point. The point being these Cretan bandits. So a production of banditry in a very wide range of time, with or without continuity. That's one of the main questions we may address during the workshop and probably later on. Some of these guys were already presented in the first and in the second workshop, so it's not, I mean, it's not an exhaustive presentation of political banditry, but we ask contributors to choose some cases, some examples that shed light on some very specific aspect of it. I hope the workshop will also, as it was the case before, especially with the second workshop, if I'm not wrong, we will that the workshop will help us to understand a bit more the way these banditry, this Cretan banditry, is based on economical and material resources in Crete, or some predation abroad, and also how it is connected to networks of power, again, on the very basis of the island. A few words to introduce the program itself. So first, I have to thank three institutions, the École Française d'Athènes for its contribution, which started from the very beginning of the project, but also the Institute for Mediterranean Studies that is hosting us today. And thirdly, the University of Crete, and especially the School of Social Sciences, which is also supporting to this workshop. If you look already at the program, there will be few, well, minor, tiny changes. We will start not with the Lefteria Zay. We will present on afternoon, but with Nikos' presentation, and then Tassos Kostopoulos accepted kindly to shift from afternoon panel to the first one. So after Nikos Tassos presentation, no change in coffee break or in the schedule. So we both stick to the time and to the organization. Just we move some person and speaker. So no change in the second panel with Yannis Kalidakis and Nikos Papheas presentation, both from the University of Crete, and for the third panel, we will have two presentations and not three. Athenas Koulalwiki couldn't participate to the workshop today for health reason. And so we will have both Kostas Fradelos and Eleftherias, as I said, as speakers, as we did in the first and second workshop. I hope we will have enough time to both to have a set of question and answer, and also to discuss some matters we already rose in the first and second workshop, and or new topics. I think that's all for the presentation. I leave the floor to Nikos.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. It's okay. So thank you all for being here. I have to say that our director, the director of the institute, Jelena Halafti, couldn't make it. She has a meeting, so but she welcomes you all. She will come at some time, and she will join us. She will attend. So I will make just some points. As Alexander said, we focused this time on the longue durée. So, of course, it's not a so long durée as the one that we will have tomorrow in the meeting that we have tomorrow, but still in the first meetings we had, we focused on the turn of the 20th century. So because we tried to isolate a specific a specific turning point on what we called political banditry. So now with this workshop, we are trying as well to test the chronology. What is really fit to this this category? Okay, that's one point. Of course, the idea to have a local focus. We had identified some foyers, some sources of banditry. Crete, the Caucasus in some way, Macedonia, but the Caucasus for both, for two populations, the Armenians as well as the Caucasians, are meant to be populations providing political bandits that move to other regions. So the people, political bandits that are deterritorialized, as Alexander said. So, and my other point will be on more specifically on the use of ego documents, a more theoretical point, because we will try with this workshops to advance on a theoretical from a theoretical viewpoint on what we can do with these ego documents, what political bandits ego documents are, and what the analysis can do. Gilles made 2 points on that before. So bandits are often depicted as popular figures belonging to the traditional rural and sometimes even urban societies. An example par excellence is the conception of banditry we have in Hobsbawm's Social Bandits, this idea that it's very well known of the social bandit that is considered to be part and parcel of the traditional society and not a feature of change. So he's there. Therefore, social bandits are not meant to be revolutionaries. I think that Hobsbawm worked on the figure of the social bandit as a kind of positive hero of the pre-revolutionary, pre-industrial, pre-modern era. For they are not social thinkers. They have not even the means to be social thinkers. That is literacy. They are heroes of legends which are written down by other people, literary people. But what happens when bandits stop being literate peasants or city dwellers, to become people who read and write? What happens when, instead of being merely history's subject matter, they claim to become equally its authors? The bandits who read, and moreover those who write, are political bandits in some way. They become political bandits. They stand between traditional banditry and modern revolution or modern guerrilla, the modern repertoire, as Tilly would say. They are conscious to constitute a means of change, and they claim this role in their effort to promote their own version of the facts. And we have this claim in the ego documents. They also stand between memory and history in the sense of Halbach's, according to whom social memory was not the abstract idea, and I want to stress that point, of the past reproduced in the public space, through the printing press and other mass media. But for Halbach's, collective memory was the conception of the past that individuals reproduce due to face-to-face social relation, and that's all. Point à la ligne, as we say in French. And that's important because a confusion arises after the publication of the collective work under the title Lieu de Mémoire by Pierre Nora. There is a complete conceptual flow since then, and the title collective memory is used, despite Halbach's definition, as a byword for what is more appropriate to call public history. So it's important to stress these elements, and hence there is a complete conceptual flow with regard to Albach's terminology, a flow that authorizes for essentialized and nationalist uses of the notions of memory. Now, I believe that the analysis of political bandits' ego documents might set more light on the relation between memory as a face-to-face, as in Albach's sense, and public history. For many of these individuals, move or aim to move from the register of face-to-face relations to that of the national public space and public history. This is their claim to accomplish this move. They operate this move through their narratives, between which usually lay between the local society and the national community, as well as between orality and literacy. The transition is difficult, yet, and remains often unaccomplished. The memoirs, as we saw in the previous workshops, might be unfinished, illegible, unpublished, banished, or censored by the authorities, etc. The political bandits are not alone in this effort, as we saw and as we will see, I believe, again this time. In this effort, their effort to reach the public spaces, the public space. Their texts are often produced with the help of several intermediaries, interviewers, copyists, copy editors, journalists, etc. Without all these people, most of the social bandits would not be able to produce their ego documents and to flee from the domain of memory to the domain of public history. That were some ideas that could be useful to our workshop, and as we do in every workshop, we try to enrich the reflection, and we ask you to do so and to help us. Thank you all, and we can start with the first two. Yes, with the first panel. So I will ask Gilles de Rapper to.
No, you will not ask because I'm chairing the
panel. You're chairing the panel.
And you are the first speaker.
Okay, I'm the first speaker.
May I ask
well, that's good.
Christopoulos to join
okay,
us?
so you chair the second one. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Il y a deux gens?
Oui.
C'est pas mal.
Non, je voudrais. Il faut.
Je pense que you have to have. There won't be question because it's
There won't be questions. So
don't bother yourself.
No.
Okay. Becky.
Okay. I'm chairing the first the first panel.
No big changes.
No big changes. Yes. And the chairman for the second panel will be Tassos Christopoulos, and Gilles de Rapper will
chair the third
and the last one. The first panel is entitled "Fighting for Crete." We will have first. You decide who will talk first. Nikos. Okay. Nikos Sigalas will present it on the unpublished memoirs of the Cretan chieftain Michalis Yanaris, and then Tassos Kostopoulos on the following title, Only the Knife Can Bring Good Results, the voluminous diary of Captain Vardas, the Cretan general chief of the Greek guerrillas in Bitola Vilayet, Macedonia, so 1904, 1907. So both of you try to stick to the time, roughly
More half an hour.
30 minutes, just to leave enough time for discussion. Nikos, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will move from here the slides. So maybe some among you, most being Cretans, have heard, no, those being Cretans have heard the name of Michalis Yanaris, who was more than a revolutionary or a guerrilla chieftain. He was a symbolic figure that personified for more than 50 years Crete's struggle for freedom. A giant in stature with a long beard, the incontestable chieftain of the region of Chania, that is the province of Kydonia, was meant to be a sort of a Cretan Garibaldi, frequently interviewed by journalists and widely known authors such as Victor Berard. Michalis Yanaris had become a legend for having, during his long life, participated in several revolutionary upheavals, to start with the 1866-1869 Great Cretan Revolution, having been many times imprisoned and managing to escape even from Istanbul, and having been the first parliament speaker of autonomous Crete. When he died in 1916, almost 90 years old, he was buried with the honors of a general according to his will. And let me show some pictures. This is a very well-known graving of him. Here, the giant in his 85s with the long beard. You see the little head of Venizelos is from the internet. I picked it. Yes, that's yes, that's symptomatic. The little head of Venizelos. Yes. And this is another engraving. This is from have it from the archives. The RAC, the General National Archives in Chania. Nice photo. But another one, you see, decorated. And yet, who remembers of Michalis Yanaris today? His name barely figures, if so, in history textbooks. And although a bust of him was inaugurated in 1966 for the centenary of the 1866-1869 revolution, in the 1866 square in Chania, it is lost among the many other similar busts. Nowadays, in Greece, even in Crete, very few people can tell who he was, except for a single place on earth that is still overwhelmed with Michalis Yanaris' memory, Laki, his village. A statue in bronze of Michalis was inaugurated in the central square of Laki in 2019 for the centenary of his death, and more importantly, the walls of the village makes a guerrilla fighter rise to a national universal figure, and inversely, what causes a nationally and even internationally famous hero to be forgotten. In other words, what is the relation, as I told you in my introduction, between memory and public history, both from a local and from a national perspective? The Igbo documents that we examine here, written by political bandits, stand between the two poles that constitute one, on the one hand, private or community memory, and on the other hand, public history. Their authors aim to bridge the gap that separates them, but they are most of the time failing to do so. They are marked in different levels by the tension between rural and national community, orality and literacy, liminality and normality. Political bandits are among the main actors of the transition towards a national society and state. On the one hand, they contribute in the breakdown of the pre-modern and pre-national societies and states. On the other hand, they belong irrevocably to these societies and states that they contribute in making disappear. They are in limbo between the pre-national rural and the national society. For their identification to the national society and state remains somehow unaccomplished in the same way as their Igbo documents remain unpublished or incompletely published, having great difficulties to reach the national public space. However, political bandits are far from being illiterate. On the contrary, one can assume that political banditry is congruent with a degree of literacy. The illiterate bandit is a figure of the past, acting according to the traditional repertory in Tillis' term. In contrast, the political bandit is a newspaper reader, such as Hatzimichalis Yanaris, who even dreams of a newspaper at a dream that he reports into his memoirs. At this dream, he has while he waits to be judged by the governor of Crete, he sees that he is in a great city with a big church that has a dome, that's the sign of the great city. And a young person is directed towards him holding a letter and a newspaper. Therefore, it is deeply rooted in Hatzimichalis' unconscious mind that the news does not come anymore as in the popular songs, as in earlier times, only through letters, but they are announced by the press. Newspapers, the very means that organize the public space, contribute in the normalization of a standard language, that is, in the case of Greece, the katharekos, a written language inspired by the ancient Greek vocabulary and grammar. This linguistic code was very difficult to acquire for anybody who had not followed the Greek school's curriculum. As for Hatzimichalis Yanaris, the son of a priest from the village of Laki, I'm quoting from my parent, the things of the church and the poor letters of the priest, τα εκκλησιαστικά και τα κολυβογράμματα. But he was eager to improve his knowledge of Greek, that is, to learn the Katharevousa. Therefore, in 1860, I'm sorry, when he was in Greece, enrolled in the Cretan battalion organized by Haralambos Zimmarakis and the army minister Dimitris Potsaris, he tried to have private courses of scholarly Greek. During that time, I'm sorry, I don't think I have you. No. This is not the case. This is not the case. No. I haven't that. It is. No, we are here. During that time, I quote, the Greek government had allocated me 75 drachms as a charity to sustain myself. As I had nothing to do, and I was going from one coffee shop to another, I decided to tell the old Emmanuel Antoniadis that I would engage a tutor to improve my language, my tongue. He replied that this was impossible, for I was a Cretan, and Cretans does not accept other people's authority. Although I am a Cretan, I said, my decision is made. If you do it, he replied, I will pay for it. Next day, I asked Dr. Marathakis to become my tutor. Therefore, I studied for 3 months and Antoniadis was paying the fees. Then I quit Marathakis for another tutor, and accordingly, I moved to another room as well. This time again, it was Antoniadis who was paying for my education. Emmanuel Antoniadis, in the house of whom Yannaris stayed during his first trip in Athens in 1860, lapsus, was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Athena. During his trip, Yannaris rubbed shoulders with people belonging to the Athenian intellectual establishment, such as Marcos Rinieri, and was impressed by them. Therefore, he set out to reach their standards by expressing himself in Katharevousa, something that he managed to do unsuccessfully and with great pain. Hadji Michalis decided to write his memoirs from the 1866-69 Cretan Revolution in the early 1870s, while in Taganrog, in the Sea of Azov, after having escaped from captivity in Istanbul. He had plenty of time, and he was asked to do so by some of the members of the city's community, including Mrs. Evgenia Skaramanga, the wife of a wealthy merchant, Lucas Karamangas from Chios. But he has a great difficulty to undertake this task. So you can read that he has a problem to recount this task, and he tried several times to write down facts, but up to the time he had under his hand, between his hand, the diary of Emmanuel Zepetos. So a man of his group, and that he helped him to have the dates. But again, he starts with a poem in Cretan dialect, as other, in which he can freely express himself. This poem has been published in 1894 under the title The Cretan Girl, I Kritikopoula. But apparently, this is not enough for Hadji Michalis, who sought to narrate the revolutionary events equally in a more legitimate form. Therefore, immediately after having finished the narrative poem, and in the same notebook that we have the accomplished form of the narrative poem, he starts to recount the revolution, the 1866-69 events in prose. This is the first version that we dispose of. Here is the first page. See? Of the revolutionary events narrative, of his narrative revolutionary events, in his own particularly rough handwriting, with an absolutely misleading orthography, as it is always the case for those who learn the common letters, those who have are used to go to the archives and read things that are written in the 18th century, 17th century by people that have learned the common letters, know that. This is the transcription, my transcription, the first page. And a rather problematic syntax, for he is trying to write in Katharevousa. Not satisfied with his text and conscious of his linguistic flaws, Hatzimichalis seeks for editors from the first moment onward, who would polish his text and the other smaller additions that he will make to it to meet the standards of a publishable Katharevousa. His first editor seems having been his young nephew, Antonios Giannaris, who visited him in Taganrog, a schoolboy at the Arsaci High School in Athens, who produced a particularly calligraphic synopsis. You see the handwriting, nothing to do with the previous. Of a small portion of Hadji Michalis' manuscript, an introductory part recounting the history of Laki, his village. Other edited manuscripts have been produced later on by different hands, while Hadji Michalis himself had apparently reworked the text, creating a series of variations that we have in the archives. The most accomplished manuscript is a long copy of 365 pages of the revolutionary narrative. This is, yes. In this copy, the orthography is corrected by the copyist, and a second person had revised the grammar and syntax of the first pages using red ink. As noted from the person who was taking care of the manuscript, a part of it had already been published in the newspaper Acropolis. So, in fact, the editor of Acropolis, so you have here the page from the copies and an editor with red ink. It's to see how much work is done on all this, on this text. And still, in fact, the editor of Acropolis, Vlasis Gavrilidis, had visited Hadji Michalis in 1912 in Maleme, and the old revolutionary had entrusted him with the serial publication of his memoirs in Acropolis. The publication started, in fact, in 1912, but it did not last for more than some weeks, for the outbreak of the Balkan Wars moved the reader's interests away from Hadji Michalis and Crete. This has been, to date, the short and inglorious story of Hadji Michalis Giannaris' memoirs, only an insignificant portion of which have reached the Greek-speaking public. On the contrary, the narrative poem, the Cretan Girl, which had been published, as already mentioned, in 1994, has been published, republished recently in 2013 for the centenary of the unification of Crete with Greece by the director of the Historical Archives of Chania, Konstantinos Fronarakis. In comparison, the memoirs publishing misfortune is rather due to the lack of a final manuscript, instead of which we dispose of different variations from the hand of various copyists and or copy editors. This incongruous situation is the output of the author's inability to cope with the official language, the Katharevousa, which alone would have given him access to the public space. For unlike the chieftains of 1821, who could express themselves in the common Greek of their time, Hatzimichalis lived in an era when the Greek state and its institution had created and imposed a single written linguistic form, the Katharevousa, only through which one could have access to the national public space. And yet Hatzimichalis, as already said, was far from being illiterate. On the contrary, literacy was part of his charisma as a revolutionary leader. Suffice it to take a look at his voluminous correspondence, including with the other chieftains and with his men during the uprising, the different uprising, conserved in the state archives in Chania. He himself is conscious of, here are some, this is the journal of the Acropolis. Here are some letters. This is very interesting because it tells to Hatzimichalis Yannis wherever he is. And this is another for a Muslim who asked him to protect his true, yes. So here's better. Et donc, sorry, I was in French before. He himself is conscious of the importance of corresponding as a revolutionary activity. No, this is not here. Writing and sending letters over letters, he states in his memoirs, he was our daily work, he says, sending letters. That was our work as 66. Letters were sent toward the other provinces, the Russian consul, Mr. Dendrinos, a Greek from Corfu, and the Bishop of Kisamos, and so on and so forth. In reading the memoirs, one understands that correspondence had been a fundamental pillar of the revolutionary organization. Another pillar, equally important, if not more important, at different levels, were councils, the revolutionary councils. Councils were the main decision-making instances during the uprisings. Every time a critical decision was to be taken, a meeting had to be organized among the chieftains of Western Crete, often in the remotest and central plateau of Homeros. But councils were equally held at a lower level between the chieftains of villages belonging to the same province, or among the inhabitants of the same village. Although Hatzimichalis was a general chieftain of the province of Kydonia, His authority was limited by the jurisdiction of all these different councils. He was rather a weak leader, in the sense that he was a sort of delegate, as he himself writes, an elected leader, whose authority was constantly in need of confirmation by his peers. Let us now tackle how Haji Mihail describes his charisma. According to his narrative, Haji Mihalis rises for the first time to prominence during the 1858 aborted uprising, when the people of Laki choose him as a delegate to meet and negotiate with the other regions on the way to react against the governor Veli Pasha's misgovernment. Anagnostis Dounis, an eyewitness of and a participant in the uprising, who narrates these events in the traditional rhymed verse, this of the critical Pulat of Haji Mihalis as well, of 15 syllables, recalls. And this was: the 5 provinces send and receive letters. I put it because sending and receiving letters is very important in this form of organization, to get together and to write down all their complaints. So to have a common petition, in fact. And when heard of that, Selino became an eparchia, secret society. And it wrote to the province of Sfakia. And it's something, the importance of the 5 provinces. Chosen as a delegate, like prosopos of Laki, Haji Mihalis travels first to Chania, where he meets with the Greek consul, Canaris, the son of the national hero, and then undertakes a long trip through the Lefkaori to meet with the local chieftains, that is, the heads of the main lineages of Sfakia. Some of them are convinced to participate in the rebellion, while others, such as the infamous Tsiridanis, or the people of Aya Rumeli, decline the proposition. Finally, according to what will become a well-known pattern, the leaders and representatives of the different groups hold a meeting in the plateau of Omalos to deliberate. But why Haji Mihalis had been chosen to represent the people of Laki in these meetings? Was he the member of a prominent lineage or a local notable? Nothing of the like. At the time that the popular unrest about the government had started unfolding, Haji Mihalis was just a coffee shop owner. In his coffee shop, the meetings were held and the decision about the launching of the rebellion were taken by people of the Laki in this very coffee shop. Apparently, as coffee shop owners have often been, Haji Mihalis was popular among the Lakians and took advantage of his popularity to become the representative of his village. The fact that he knew to read and write had obviously contributed in his being chosen. Interestingly, owning a coffee shop, a gathering place in a small city or village, fits very well the political bandits profile. Thus, for instance, the infamous Topalos man, no doubt a negative hero, was the owner of a coffee shop. in Giresun's port. Popularity, his capacity to negotiate, as well as this to write letters to the other delegates, those were Haji Michalis' main qualities, which he puts forward in his texts. In vain, one will search for extraordinary heroic acts, prodigious exploits, or extraordinary tactical or strategic skills. Haji Michalis does not claim to have accomplished or to dispose any of this. On the contrary, he affirms having been delegate and negotiator, a delegate and a negotiator, who participated in the revolutionary decision-making. Besides, this is the most important part of the events, the decision-making. In this world of mountainous shepherds, those who count more are not the ones who occasionally engage with the enemy, but the ones who negotiate for days and nights at Mutsunaria to decide how to respond to the propositions of the Ottoman authorities. Haji Michalis claims that he has been already in 1858 among the latter. As already said, I have about to finish, okay? As already said, the writing of Haji Michalis' memories starts with the narration of the 1866 revolution. Very quickly, however, Haji Michalis, during the time that he was living in Taganrog, he felt the need to add to this narrative an introductive part concerning the village of Laki. That is, the main lineages that created the village after the destruction of the neighboring village of Mescla by the Venetians and the offsprings of this of these creators, founding fathers. The village, as described by Haji Michalis, was made up by various lineages, no one of which prevailed upon the others. Given this social structure, and now I am speaking under the control of people that know better this issue of Cretan lineages. Given this social structure, meetings among different leaders were to decide about collective issues. Chieftains were more or less delegates. Weak leaders of war, such as this described by Pierre Clastre in La Société contre l'État. For they were both constantly in need of legitimacy by their people and in antagonism with the leaders of the other regions. Cretan chieftains, as Haji Michalis, Yannaris, had indelible ties to their village and their men, who were coming from their village. All over his memoirs, Haji Michalis claims the prevalence of Laki, the revolutionary contribution of which he considers to be far more important from this of the other regions, including Sfakian. Laki, as a collectivity, constitutes the historical actor of the memoirs. In his texts, historical agency lays with the Laki village, much more than with the Greek nation. An excerpt from the introduction of the small part of the memoirs published in the Acropolis goes as follows, and have you sorry for those that do not read Greek. The important part is that many people pushed me to write my memoirs. But one, he makes 2 points. The one is, okay, my my heroism, my exploits will be remembered. By those of my men will be forgotten. So I have to write them down, because I'm responsible in front of God. So it's a collective responsibility. The second point is the antagonism between the different regions. So, because the others will write, but Sfacca, the Selino, Aspriaris did the revolution. And truth shall prevail. The Criaris wrote as well, the son of Criaris, who was a politician and writer, had already published about his father, and you see how he made him nervous. Much more than the national or personal, than national or personal, Haji Mihalis' claim is communitarian and local. And this is also the case for his authority. Yet he had several times pledged allegiance to the Greek nation, traveled in Greece, and dueled for a long time in Athens, sought to learn the Katharevousa in order to reach the national public space. But in the same time, as his memories, Haji Mihalis Giannaris remained at limbo between the local and the national, as well as between memory and public history, failing to obtain a place in the pantheon of national heroes. He is always remembered and commemorated in life. Thank you for your.
Well, you didn't stick perfectly to the time, but that's not bad. Yeah, we will proceed as we did for the first workshop. So listen first at Tassos, and then we will get the questions for both, and then the discussion. No?
It's better to, because it's very different, the two papers.
Okay,
Have a small discussion.
as you please. Okay. So let's.
Because we forget.
Okay, let's do separately. So, is there any question addressed to Nikos' presentation? Yes, please. We have a micro? Or? Yeah.
Yeah.
Some comment and some questions.
I was very eager to have your reaction.
Thank you. About the comments about collective memory of Alvax. In 70s, I think, the book of Alvax, Le Cadre Social, the social context of memory, was translated in English as collective memory. Yes, that's good. But the book's, the origin was the social context of memory. There is there's another, I think, book, because it has not finished the note, because the Gestapo arrested, and then they said that's collective. Alvax, I think it's better, in my opinion, to speak about social memory, because there are different memories, family memory, religious memory, and it's different memories, so it's not collective. I don't know why it was translated as on collective memory, the same book from English. This is one about Michael is very interesting because as I see, you put the context in, as I read, as I hear it, how what means chieftainship in that society in Crete and how it is created, as I, my conception. I don't know, this is, we have to take in account that in Crete, we have an egalitarian society. It's an egalitarian society. The lineages are not, in my opinion, works as it is not like Jaja. It's different. And it is, you can read this in Madinada, they say, speaking Greek, ο άντρας κάνει τη γενιά και όχι η γενιά τον άντρα. Σαν είναι ο τράγος δυνατός, δεν τον αισθάνει μάντρα. This means that everyone in this society can make a lineage, can make a big lineage. And Michael Jana, I think, was of this.
Yeah, that was my
Yes,
idea.
yes,
Exactly.
yes. Question, yes. And you have taken account this, the concept of society. It's pastoral society and not big lands. Young. I don't know if you have a genealogical tree of Michalis Jana.
He gives.
He gives. Has children?
Yes.
How they continue? This is the origins.
There is not a very big. We don't have now. They're not. We do not have now people claiming of his patrimony. I think there are people that there is not somebody who an author people that there is a patrimonialization because he founded he had a foundation, the tower, if you see in Omalos.
Yes. And I think that's confirmed his authority not by his speaking, by his poetics, but by writing, I think. And this is it's very interesting because in this context, my
Thank you
comments.
Very much. Thank you very much. I was waiting very eager to hear your reaction because my idea is that we have, of course, lineages, but lineages you have not as you have among the Albanians sometimes a chief lineage. Such have the first. Gilles is a specialist of kings in Albania, so it's interesting to compare. So it's that is reflected in the narrative. So I tried to have. Yeah. It's not clans. Yes, you have lineage. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Other questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nico. This was wonderful. And I learned a lot because this is something that I hardly know about. I mean, uh, I want to ask you more, and excuse me if this is something that you have talked about in earlier workshops, about the concept of political banditry and the way that you find it useful in this context here, because I was a bit confused. Maybe I didn't understand. Probably I didn't understand well. But you said that, or I thought that you said that you find Hadjimichalis Giannaris in this in between the pre-national or the pre-modern and the modern. Or this is somehow how I figured it out in connection with the concept of political banditry, which, if I understand correctly, you also situated somehow in the pre-modern or I don't know, pre-national world. And well, this makes me wonder, is it, I mean, can we really regard Hadjimichalis Giannaris as pre-national? In which sense? So I would like to hear more about the concept of political banditry, the way that you believe that is useful for this discussion, for this workshop, that we're dealing with Crete and the Cretan and Macedonian struggle and so on. And yes, I think you get the
Yeah,
and
thank you, Lenny. Just to make a point, political banditry is we had the idea to deal with political banditry because it is called so, and the sources from the end of 19th century onwards. For instance, you have siyasi çetecilik, this concept. Why? Because when they grace some people in Macedonia, for instance, or in other places among the Armenians, they wish to distinguish between those that they can profit from the grace, the Sultan's grace, and they say adi çetecilik. We distinguish between adi çetecilik, so or you know, skia look, though what is common banditry in a way, and siyasi çetecilik comes out at that time. So is in a way that is kind of, yes, a category that the historical actors use, anemic category. So it is useful because it means something at that times. Now, definition is always a problem. So we're trying to approach from different angles, from different angles in this in what we do. We started with that, and our first workshop were focused on that moment, the transition. And now we are trying to question the validity of what we did, you know. And for instance, this concept is not used for 1866 rebellion or for 1821. I don't know if I answer to the first question. We start from Montano and we move a little bit towards the past. The second thing is why what I was trying to do. I don't claim that somebody else, Yanaris, belongs to a pre-national here. No, what I'm trying to do is to say that he belongs to both. That he stands, he lays in limbo between logics that and sociabilities of local logic and sociabilities that are in a way pre-national. If we and others that are completely national. You know, there are studies as that show that France, for instance, the population of France becomes nationalized towards the end of 19th century. So it is with the military, with the school system. So we can, if we study social structures, and this is important, and how they change, it's useful to understand that these people belong to different registers at the same time, and they try to move. I mean, all these the syllables, this way of transmission, their mother, so it belongs to one way, one public space, if you want. That Hadjimichalis could do, but he wished to address to the other public space, and that was difficult. He didn't have the means, and I'm trying to see things to work on the text at the same time with the sociabilities, the participation in the public space, the participation in the way that he acts as a guerrilla leader, as of course he's a means of he contributes to in the breakdown of the old societies and the nationalists movements. So he's in limbo. Sorry, it was, but it was very interesting the points that you stressed. I think it's not
The short
Just a
question
short
and
question. My question is, what about banditism? Okay, did Haji Michalis just wrote letters, coordinated things, and discussed with others, or he describes also acts of violence undertaken by the revolution or during its repression?
I was waiting for the question. So, of course, he describes acts of violence, and you know, 66 is a turning point, especially for the Muslims in Crete. So it's the moment that we have great violence against the Muslims, Selino, in Kydonia, everywhere. We have massacres. And Haji Michalis, he describes an important massacre, the massacre of Naya, in a very factual way, but clear cut. So he says 29 men entered the village of Aya. Yeah, they kill, and it's the only source that we have for this massacre. Kill 29 Muslims, they take 2 Arabises from 2 Muslim women, and they leave. And we can count 30 with Agios Antonios, who was helping them. So yes, there is violence, of course. There is. If I did I took it the other way around, it is because the writing and councils and the whole thing that shows what is not said is put forward too much by Hadjimischalis. So this organization, it's more important to him. But of course, he speaks about violence openly, as this massacre, major massacre of Aya. So at the same time, just to finish, the relation he has with the Muslims, the Turks, as we call them, locals and non-locals, is ambiguous. Sometimes he's in very good terms and he protects them as the letter that we saw. So, sorry.
Thanks a lot, Nikos, for your answer. I had also a question, but time is running, so yeah.
Okay.
Πώς το κάνουμε? Τι έγινε, παίζει? Μια χαρά βλέπω. Αυτό πρέπει να πιέζω όμως, να πατάω αυτό. Δεν δουλεύει, δεν το παίρνει. Θες να βάλεις το USB, καλύτερα. Τώρα το παιδί. Τι κάνω, πώς το κάνω. Το κάτω, να το έχω πιο κοντά. Δεις, θα το πατάω, πώς είναι, τι πατάω εδώ. It's better. Thanks a lot for the invitation, for all of you being here. This is okay. Excellent. This is okay. Okay. And all of you have been here. You hear me? That's okay. If Pavlos Melas, the upper class dandy officer of downtown Athens, whose ego documents I dealt with in our first workshop, is today identified in Greek public opinion with the Macedonian struggle, as the dispatch of Greek bounds in Ottoman Macedonia has been codified in official Greek history and public discourse. This is not at all the case with his successor as General Chief of the Greek bands in the Bitola Vilayet, Second Lieutenant Georgios Tsontos Vardas, Tsontos being his family name, and Vardas his war nickname in Macedonia.
Instead of the cataclysm of editions devoted to Melas or using his face as a symbolic icon for that struggle, the Greek bibliography of the 20th century contained but one short biography of Vardas, compiled by a junior Cretan who had met him during the last year of his life in German-occupied Athens, and claimed that the old chieftain narrated to him his life, imploring him to write about it. The book was published after 1974, is dedicated to the Cyprus tragedy, with which the long-deceased Vardas had not the slightest relation, and is an ardent patriotic attempt to vindicate diametrically opposite personal and collective choices. A blatant Venizalist historical biography of perhaps the most fanatical anti-Venizalist officer of his time, Vardas, but also a fervently anti-Turkish treaty about an endeavor that, as the Greek leadership of the time described it, was in fact, I quote, an undertaking of police duties in a foreign land, faire la police dans un pays étranger, in the original, in order to save the crumbling Ottoman Empire rule from the local autonomist guerrillas in a province coveted by the Greek kingdom. The injustice made to by the disproportionate position of these two men in the collective memory of modern Greece is more than obvious. In fact, as I have described in our first workshop, the sole contribution made by Melas to the Greek armed intervention in Ottoman Macedonia was the positive publicity he offered to it by his own death, the circumstances of which were accordingly modified by his family and the Greek political class and press of that time in order to elevate him to the status of a much-needed national hero. Georgios Tsontos Vardas, on the contrary, was the actual leader of the Greek bands in Bitola Vilayet for more than 2 years and a half, spending there 20 times more time than Melas had done. His relative eclipse from public memory seems to be due to two factors: his humble origins, first of all, but also to his post-Macedonian identification with the anti-Venizalist camp during World War I and afterwards, a stance that ran contrary to the narrative that is universally accepted today about the Greek irredentism of that time, of his time. Georgios Tsontos was born in 1871 in Askifu, a mountainous village in Sfakia, in western Crete. He was the son of a local chieftain who had taken active part in the Cretan insurrection of 1866, we dealt with earlier, and soon afterwards moved with his family in Athens, where he was accidentally killed when Georgios was 3 years old. In 1888, Georgios entered the Army Cadet School, and 5 years later, he was named second lieutenant of the Greek Artillery Corps. As many officers of his generation, he subsequently joined Ethniketeria, the National Secret Society, a secret organization that began as a self-protecting instance of the Greek officer corps after the 1893 default of the country's foreign debt, but was soon to evolve into the most prominent Greek irredentist group at the turn of the century. According to the Eteri archives, Tsontos was in fact one of his 13 founding members, while Melas, for example, joined it 3 months later as its 25th member. In 1896, Tsontos fled the army ranks in order to take part in a fight diametrically different from his later activity in Macedonia. He joined the last Cretan uprising in favor of the island's autonomy, the so-called Metapolitistiki, an endeavor supported by Britain, but initially opposed by the Greek kingdom in order not to undermine the informal Greek-Ottoman cooperation against the Slavs in Macedonia. Provisionally suspended from the army for desertion after his return, he was soon after recalled to duty and sent again to Crete as a platoon officer of the official Greek expeditionary force this time. Transferred to Lamia after Greece's inglorious defeat at the 1897 war with Turkey, Tsontos was subsequently attached to the Army Cartographic Service in Athens, a post that allowed him to travel across the whole kingdom and organize the remnants of Ethniketeria into another nationalist circle, this time without the formalities of a secret society, led by the Dragoumis family, with Pavlos Melas and his brother-in-law, diplomat Ion Dragoumis, at the helm. After the Ilinden uprising of 1903, this circle would hijack Greece's policy in Macedonia, dictating to it a strategy of informal armed intervention through the dispatch of paramilitary bands entitled with the duty to destroy the underground networks of the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, IMRO, and bring the local Slav communities back to the fold of the Greek Patriarchate. After the death of Melas, After the death of Melas in October 1904, Tsontos was appointed by the Greek government as General Chief of the Greek bands in the Bitola Vilayet. He stayed there for almost 2 years and a half, from November 1904 to November 1907, with a respite of 7 months in between, in 1905-6. Disappointed by the struggle's leadership in Athens, he took also part in the Greek Macedonian Committee's internal strife, leading to its radical shake-up in 1907. In 1912-1923, he briefly participated in the Balkan Wars, first as a staff officer and later as the head of counterinsurgency operations against the pro-Bulgarian paramilitary bands in Eastern Macedonia, away from his Macedonian struggle. Most of that period was spent by him, however, in his capacity as political advisor and later military commander of the Greek forces in Korce, in southwestern Albania, the so-called North Epirus struggle, with which we shall not deal here. During the First World War, he coordinated secretly the royalist guerrilla that some of his former comrades, like Yannis Karavitis, also a Cretan, waged against the Entente occupation troops in northern Greece. After Venizelos' prevalence all over Greece in June 1917, Tsontos Vardas went into hiding for many months, as the government had put a price on his head for his earlier activities. Reappearing in public after Venizelos' electoral defeat in 1920, he was appointed first as commander of the Army Cadet School, to be discharged again in 1922 after the Venizelist military coup d'etat, or Republican Revolution. In the early 30s, he served as a member of parliament for the Royalist Populist Party, like Okoma, in the Florina Kastoria constituency, voted by his earlier local subordinates and victims alike, as a prospective protector of them before the Greek state authorities and the exactions of its local organs. He died in September 1942 in Athens at the age of 73, still trying to have his role in the national struggles of the past recognized by the Greek state and society at large. His voluminous personal archive, his diaries from Macedonia, Southern Albania, and World War I included, were donated in 1950 by his sister, Elpida Chlaboutaki, to the General State Archives. Scantily used by the mainstream historiography of the post-war decades, his diary from Macedonia disappeared suddenly in 1994 at the apex of Greece's collective nationalist hysteria on the Macedonian question, just when a new generation of young historians had begun to study it. A disappearance with no official explanation, or rather an array of contradictory self-defeating ones, that seemed to have in fact been carried out by a Greek secret police service, APE operative, as a measure protecting the good image of the nation's past. However, thanks to the amateur historian and publisher Yorgos Petsivas, who had earlier photocopied it as part of his own research on the Macedonian question, the entire diary was finally published in 2003 in 3 volumes, providing us with a rare glimpse into their everyday realities, mentalities, and modalities of a protracted paramilitary endeavor. The original diary was written with pen on uniform sheets of paper, 13 to 21 centimeters, contained many hundreds, maybe more than 1,000 pages, and covers 3 distinct periods. The first, from November 3 to 1904 to February 15, 1905, was mostly compiled not by Vardas himself, but by his staff sergeant, Bonatzos, following his orders. After Bonatzos left Macedonia in February 1905, Vardas stopped for a while keeping a diary. He began again on April 29 and stop on October 29, half a month before his return to the Greek kingdom. The third part covers most of his second mission in Macedonia from June 14, 96 to November 10, 1907. The names of persons and places are usually written in a primitive code sent to Vardas by Nikolaos Kondogouris, a Greek officer embedded in the Bitola consulate as a special scribe, entrusted with coordinating the activity of the region's Greek bands. I plead with you to systematically avoid to write any name of a person or of a village in your letters or in your diary, if you keep such a thing, Kondogouris wrote to Vardas on December 10, 1904. Because if your letter gets misled, not only certain individuals, but also whole communities may be compromised. End of quote. Keeping a diary was not a practice condoned by the Greek diplomats who were coordinating the bad activity in Macedonia, anxious as they were to have their actions as least as possible exposed to the rest of the world. Even Vardas, the most prudent of all the chieftains, carries with him a whole array of documents, protocols, codes, books, notebooks, and whatever else is most strange and dangerous. The Greek consul in Monastir, Nikolaos Xydakis, wrote, for example, to the foreign minister Alexandros Koudes on November 25, 1906. Some people had told me that they, the band leaders, have been ordered by Athens to keep diaries in order to be used in the writing of the history of the Macedonian struggle. I have, however, qualms about accepting the truth of such a childish thing. End of quote. In fact, such an order had actually been given by Dimitrios Kalapothakis, the head of the Athens-based Greek Macedonia Committee, and at the same time, the publisher of the daily newspaper Embros, a newspaper that had already published a gentrified version of many such stories, explicitly or implicitly based on the diaries of band leaders after their return from Macedonia. For Vardas, keeping a diary served, however, a quite different purpose. If I survive and go on with the struggle in Athens, the political, that is, he noted in his diaries a few months before leaving Macedonia, I need to have the necessary data, end of quote. According to his sole biographer, in the last year of his life, Vardas was still considering his diary as the proof of his deeds and the basic tool for safeguarding his posthumous fame. Contrary to a number of such documents, usually shorter and more laconic, the diary of Vardas described not only his movements and armed actions in Macedonia, but also contains a huge volume of information on the local communities he stayed in, on the mentality of both their inhabitants and the local apparatus supporting the Greek intervention, as well as on the internal conflicts that gradually emerged within the same apparatus, both locally and at its highest level in Athens. Among other things, Vardas' diary provides us with useful information on the funding of Greek paramilitary action in Macedonia. The Greek bands, which were active in the Bitola Viloget, not in Salonika, belonged to the Greek Macedonian Committee, an organization officially created on May 1904, with the newspaper editor Dimitrios Kalapothakis as president. Probably an agent of Germany, whose ambassador one referred to his newspaper as the newspaper of Krupp industry. He stayed at the helm of the committee until 1907, when he was toppled by his lieutenants, Vardas playing a decisive role on this. The committee's budget was mostly covered by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Greek one, with a number of prominent politicians or representatives participated in the committee's leading organ. Here we see the receipt of Vardas funding just before his first mission in Macedonia, signed through Ioannis Rallis, the son of prominent politician Dimitrios Rallis, and a future prime minister of the Quisling government of Greece under Axis occupation. The diary of Vardas reveals, however, the existence of a parallel structure of such funding composed by leading Greek capitalists or prominent members of the Athenian aristocracy. I managed to find the necessary money, he wrote on the eve of his second mission in Macedonia, for obtaining repeater guns for the Cretan band. the Macedonians being armed by their compatriots residing in Athens, thanks to some good patriots who were very polite towards me. Mrs. Riancourt gave me 2,000 drachmas. Last year, she had given me another 1,000. Mr. Emanuel Benakis, 1,500. His son, Antonis Benakis, 500. Mr. Stamatis Horemis and Stamatis Korpis, 250 each, and the instigation of Pericles Pterakos. End of quote. For the longevity of such practices, it's good to remember that in 1943 and 44, under Axis occupation, industrialist Antonios Benakis, one of the founding members here, would be also the cashier of a similar committee, the so-called economic committee, set up by Greek capitalists in order to finance the nationalist organizations of the so-called gray zone, which would confront the communist-led resistance of Eamilas. Contrary to their rivals, the Imero-Comitagees, most of whom led a rather Spartan life, the members of Cretan bands, like all the fellow fighters, Greek fighters in Macedonia, received a regular salary. Their self-perception as mercenaries, rather than ideologues, is corroborated by a letter Vardas received from his brother Manousos in July 1905, at the time of Venizelos' revolt at Therisson. He wrote to me, Vardas wrote in his diary, that we must not resent the fact that the Cretans are not leaving their revolted motherland, επαναστατημένη πατρίδα, in order to go and fight as mercenaries elsewhere. End of quote. With his day-to-day descriptions, the diary of Vardas is full of abundant information about the local Slav and non-Slav communities he lived in during more than 2.5 years. It's not possible to fully analyze this wealth of information here. His description of the local Slav language, which he tried and managed to learn as Macedonian, is of course not at all strange. The same term having been used by Melas and many other Macedonian fighters, eager to minimize its relation with literally Bulgarian. Instead of it, I shall restrict myself here to a quite different topic, the relation between the Greek bands and local females and its repercussions to the Greek effort. Attacks on local women seem to have been a rather constant, or at least non-infrequent phenomenon. Minor band leaders are being bribed and put pressure on the villagers, destroying the struggle instead of advancing it, asserted Vardas on October 10, 1906. They don't pay for the food they get, and worst of all, they're sexually attacking the women and even the kids. The following year, he warned that much attention must be paid to that matter because the relations of band leader Skalidis and others with women made the inhabitants call the Ottoman army to be deployed in their villages and led to the destruction of the Greek bands in the region. His theoretical abstinence notwithstanding, Vardas had always, however, already been accused by local women as the father of her child, a claim yet himself dismissed as a selfish attempt by her to blackmail him into obtaining his protection. I got a letter from the former female courier of Zhelovo, today at Artiko, we read in his entry of May 20, 1907, the well-known Lazhevica, a real whore for the guerrillas, who has a child from them, and she attributed it to me in order to gain money. I have heard this many times, but I considered it a joke. Now I see her letter written in Reading, in love, by something wicked. The woman could not write, of course. She asked for my protection of her, especially for the kid, who looks like me. I shall cut off this silly joke right into AK-20, that is the Bitola Center, that is the special scribe of the Greek consulate. The follow-up of that story has left no trace in either his diary or the rest of the primary documentation assessed by me. The third appearance of Greek armed bands, more than a year after the defeat of the Ilinden uprising, was initially greeted with enthusiasm by a considerable part of the local Greek population of the border zone. This enthusiasm was, however, more or less short-lived, as it had been based on a clear misunderstanding. The local Greeks, wrote notes Vardas in his diary, were waiting in agony the toppling of the Ottoman yoke. Therefore, they greeted the Greek bands as their prospective liberators. Vardas took on the contrary care to dissipate their hopes for an early liberation, and his goal was a very different one: suppressing the Macedonian revolutionary movement of IMRO, lending a hand to the similar efforts of the Ottoman regime. For this reason, we read in his diary, he advised the peasants to wait for the appropriate time before they express their feelings against the Ottoman order. In a similar way, Ion Dragoumis had already preached through his personal network called Defense, Amina, that, quote, since we have put up with the Turks for so many centuries, we must be in a position to bear them a little more, end of quote. Lacking a prospect for liberation, even friendly communities were rather reluctant to take risks supporting the activity of the Greek bands. The situation is hopeless, admitted Vardas in his diary, almost a year after his arrival at the hinterland of the Bitola Vilayet. The only villages who are almost ours, because they have also a Bulgarian, Zhelovo, or Romanian piece of their faction, Merida, do not intend to help us, nor can we subdue them because there are Ottoman army units stationed there. The other side of the same coin was the tacit encouragement that Vardas and his bands enjoyed on the part of the Ottoman authorities and the local Muslim population. The Turks do not seem to chase us very much, Vardas noted in his diary 3 months after his entry into the Slav-speaking zone. I mean the authorities, because the locals, big and small, seem on the contrary very pleased. 2 days ago, I had a discussion with an Albanian manager of a chiftlik belonging to a bey, who will offer many services to us if he is safe to keep up his work in our villages, end of quote. A few months later, quote, Veli Bey came, bringing some foodstuff to us, and we discussed on various matters. He gave me assurances that most of the bases are not betraying us, but show an interest for our advance because they fear that Bulgarians and in order to have their estates, end of quote. It was a class-based alliance which could be really far-fetched. My cousin wrote him from Kastoria, Vardas noted in his diary in June 1906, asking him to order the couriers from Vogatsiko, Loznica, Kostaratsis, Dralci, and Slimnica to pay the delayed tax to Recep Bey because he's grumbling. Fearing the consequences of such a move, may be also taken into consideration the fact that most of the above-mentioned villages were Greek-speaking ones. Vardas refused to fulfill this demand, however, professing that he ignored the actual facts surrounding the disputing case. The attitude of the Ottoman army towards the Greek bands also evolved in the course of times. In 1905, most of Ottoman officers, like the Florina Onbashi, secretly cooperated with them on the condition that they did not expose them to the eyes of Europe with indiscriminate burning of villages or individual houses. From 1906 onwards, and especially after 1907, they began, however, to actually persecute the Greek bands, albeit in a lesser scale than Imro bands. The reasons for this volte-face were the decline and internal splits of Imro, Joe finished, which stopped to be such an imminent danger for the Ottoman order, on one hand, and European pressure on the Sublime Porte to persecute the Greek bands also on the other. Under some such circumstances, the role of money, that is of money spent by the bands, was considered more than a crucial factor for acquiring the support of local individuals and whole communities. We arrived to the area of schismatic villages, that's the execution, wrote Vardas to his friend Pamikos Zimrakakis in Athens. Here, everything must be done with promises and bribery, especially now that we are just beginning, till we create a dynamic favorable to us. I don't consider this is difficult, thanks to the corruption of the people and their disgust for the Comitagees' many atrocities. A general mistrust on the motives of local supporters, even armed or high-placed ones, permits the diary from one end to the other. 2 months after his arrival in Macedonia, Vardas believed, for example, that all the chieftains under his command are nothing but predatory vultures, ornea arpactica, who think about nothing else but their pocket, end of quote. The same perception is reflected in his correspondence with local agents, eager to accuse each other of venality. Those in Kastoria, an informer wrote, for example, to Vardas, are not willing to work as far as Metropolitan Germanos Karavagelis is there. The latter wants to have more money collected in order to squander away much of it. End of quote. Money apart, the main tool of the Greek bands used in order to destroy IMRO networks and the local Bulgarian party was, of course, violence. Even at the end of his presence in Macedonia as a band leader, Vardas believed that only the knife can bring good results, not only as a form of pressure, but also as a deliberate provocation of the other camp to engage in self-destructing reprisals that would cement the reconstituted and therefore not so trustworthy local Greek party. Vardas inaugurated his action in Macedonia with an indiscriminate massacre of a demonstrative character perpetrated on Greece's National Day, March 25, 1905, against the Macedonian Slav village of Zagoritsani, today Vasiliada, a village of mixed national allegiances, which was chosen as a target mostly because it happened to be the birthplace of Bulgarian Colonel Anastasis Yankov, a former and future band leader of the Sofia-based Supreme Macedonian Committee that was erroneously considered by Greek apparatus as the actual leader of IMRO, of the internal organization. Numerous Greek bands, with a total force of around 200 men, ransacked the village for many hours, killing 59 peasants, plus a passing by Jew peddler from Kastoria. 14 at least of the villagers killed belonged in fact to the Patriarchate, that is the Greek party. Among them, the local Greek teacher, whose father, also a Greek teacher, had been murdered by IMRO back in 1899. This massacre was, however, not described in Vardas' diaries, as it took place in the short time when he was not keeping it. Much more typical than this demonstrative massacre were, however, the frequent actions of armed propaganda suffered by various Slav villages who had joined the Bulgarian Exarchate. This is how Vardas described in his diary such a typical raid on the village of Besfina, today Sfika in Prespa, in October 1905. We gathered many villagers who were brought in the church outside the village. Among them, after many efforts, we brought also the Mukhtar, the local head. It was, however, impossible to find the priests who were allegedly absent, but most probably hidden. We recommend to those gathered in the church to return to Orthodoxy, this is to Patriarchate, not dare to declare themselves as Bulgarians during the Ottoman censors, and within a few days to go to the diocese, which, unfortunately for them, is now at Krusovo, in Prespa. They belong to the Ohrid bishopric. Some of them delivered their weapons after beatings and threats, led by some of my men to their houses with their hands tied. The Mukhtar is slaughtered by the Konimos, another Cretan, just like a sheep. In the meantime, another villager who tried to flee had been shot to death by the band and decapitated by another Greek bandit, Cretan bandit. Two other villages, proscribed by the coordinated centers of Biletola and Kastoria, were at the end released at the insistence of two local bandits. One of them a Myron chieftain, the second an ordinary guerrilla. You see this kind of, how much time I have? Okay, not so much. According to the original guidelines of band action kept in Vardas' archive, Greek violence had to escalate gradually until the comeback of a certain village to Hellenism was achieved. The community in case should be first asked to harbor the band and abandon the Exarchate. If it refused, the local notables should be threatened, then beaten, and finally killed in secret. The main factor regulating today the lives, the relations, the thoughts, and the general behavior of the Macedonian peasant is fear. Monastery consul Xidakis explained in his 96 account of Greek activities. In the case of a peasant pretending to be pro-Bulgarian out of fear, he added, the destruction of IMRO was a sufficient guarantee for his return to the Greek party. In order that his consciously pro-Bulgarian co-villager changed his beliefs, the consul went on, the Greek bands had, however, to make him fear of the Greek influence in a double degree until he succumbs. Selective murders were regularly perpetrated by the band on the basis of lists of human targets that were forwarded to the band leader, Vardas, by various actors. The Bishop of Kastoria, the center, that is the consular special scribes in Bitola, the later subordinate center in Kastoria, but also by local informants or collaborators. Local agents frequently asked also for reprisals, considering them the only way not only to avenge enemy atrocities or selective killings, but also as a sole way to keep their followers in the fold of the Patriarchate and the Greek party. Not a few such proposals seem, on the other hand, due to have originated from aspiration of individual profit. Let's take, for example, the proposal submitted to Vardas by a bank clerk at Bitola to forbid the traditional access of a patriarch's strongholds womenfolk to the nearby bazaar of Bitola. Although expressed in moralist cum nationalist terms, this proposal had also obviously to do with the prospect of a monopoly on the main local agricultural product, pepper, by a friendly town grocer. Whatever their contribution to the bloodbath ravaging their communities, local collaborators were always considered intrinsically suspect of either changing camp or of more selfish practices. We are suspecting Pavla Kirov, noted, for example, Vardas in his diary in October 1905, that he is intriguing them, the patriarchs of his native village, Zhelovo, in the hope of major material gains if we departed, and he stayed alone with only a few men. With no superior over his head, he could then freely communicate with the Greek consulate and gain money, in order to raise his personal income and that of his local followers as well. The same distrust was professed also by the leading organs of the band war. 10 months later, Vardas received, for example, a letter from the Bitola center. Do whatever you think appropriate, they ordered him, but have no trust at all to the local guerrillas, the Greek ones. That means. A reason for this distrust was that most of the local collaborators of the Greek campaign had been earlier members or even local leaders of IMRO, with which they had fallen out in the meantime. Even traditional patriarchist communities, such as Velushina, on the outskirts of Bitola, remained suspect to the end. In the spring of 1907, Vardas considered this village, for example, an uncertain village, although it has a priest and a teacher that are ours. Just because many of his inhabitants were close relatives with those of the nearby exarchist villas of Bareshani. A surgery must be carried out there, in Velushina, otherwise we are lost, he noted in his diary in May 1907. His lack of trust was no doubt reinforced by discussion he had with the local Greek teacher some months earlier. When I asked him, what is he read, he said, Macedonian. This gave me the opportunity to explain to him this is a Bulgarian trick and that he must openly say Greek, Macedonian, of course. By the way, Velushina is that same village about which Stratis Mirivilis would testify 2 decades later that its inhabitants consider themselves neither Greece nor Serb or Bulgar, but Macedon Orthodox. The final product of this distrust, and I finish here, and of subsequent actions was a strong trend of nativism which within the patriarchist Macedonian communities and/or the local guerrillas, a phenomenon that Vardas was to name, according to an ancient Greek precedent, xenilasia, foreigners out. According to both his diary and other primary sources, Vardas himself was at the epicenter of this development. You must take much care to protect yourself, his friend Pamikos Imvrakakis wrote him from Athens in the summer of 1906. Because I have been assured that the local element is not very favorably inclined to your person. Because the first time that you were in Macedonia, you treated them rudely, not flattering their fantasies and their predatory financial greed. Take care, therefore, because it's very easy for them to betray you. Never alienate yourself from the Cretans, because nobody knows what may happen. End of quote. For the opposite side in these arguments, even more elucidative is the former right hand of Melas, Florina Bor Lakis Pyrgias, in one of his letters to Stephanos Dragoumis. Serious discontent has appeared between Macedonians and non-Macedonians, which may lead to a civil war, he warned, adding that an investigation must be made on the conduct of Vardas because many Macedonians are discontent with his behavior. End of quote. A question that is open to discussion is how this guy, who was hated by the locals, 30 years later was elected by those same people, or part of them, as their representative to the Greek parliament. But this has to do, I think, with the functionality of violence as identity-creating modality. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Tasso. Okay, we have not many time for question, but yeah, Nikos.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have two very short questions. The one is pragmatological. I'm wondering about the Macedonia Committee, Makedoniko Komitato. I know that Pavlos Giparis, in his own, let's say, autobiographical, a good document on the Macedonian struggle, which is very strange because it's in Rim, it's like a Mandinada, a huge book. At the middle of the book, he stops this Mandinada and starts giving information about the Makedoniko Komitato. Have you contrasted the two texts about the information they give on this? Because it's a very interesting paramilitary and parastatal organization on which we don't have a lot of writings. This is the first question. Can I? And the second? The second is about the style of the discourse. I know the diary of Chondos Vardas concerning the period 1917-1920, the Venizeliki Tirania, the Venizelis tyranny. There, the discourse is very illusional, and many times it's very difficult to understand. Is this the case with the diary on the Macedonian struggle?
Not at all. The text of his seclusion in a village around Lamia is very illusionary, as you say. He's in hiding. He sees almost nobody, and so is a defeated man on the hand. The text of his diary in Macedonia is a very rational thing, extremely rational. It's just like Yannaris that Nikos told us. A big part of it, maybe the major part of it, is composed by his day-to-day correspondence with local agents, with the center, what he receives, what he sends, etc., interrupted by violent episodes in various villages, or of the orders he gives for people to be killed, or the news he gets of murders, and usually he's very glad of this. If they kill, there is indiscriminate killing of 7, 10, 11 people from an exarchist stronghold. He's very glad. At last, we managed to bloody this place, this kind of thing. About the committee, the Greek Macedonian committee, I have not read Giparis. I didn't know that his verse stopped, and I shall look for it. What we know about that is that the prototype, the paradigmatic structure of the late Parakratos. I mean, it was very closely connected to the most reactionary part of the Greek political life. I mean, the real leader of this committee is Crown Prince Constantine. He's the guy who selects the band leaders. He face control of everybody going there, gives orders. He's the real leader. Also, the main officers implicated of this, we see them later as leaders of the royalist camp in Ethnikos Dichasmos. Konstantinopoulos, the #1 member of Ethniki Eteria, he had the first one to sign his protocol, and the special scribe in Monastir, very bloodthirsty. He's the one who has ordered the wholesale massacre of all villages in the northern part of the Macedonia, of the region coveted by Greece. Smilevo, for example, the birthplace of Dame Gruev, one of Imro leaders, was massacred in his orders, contrary to the wishes of his of the consulate, who considered this a bad practice. Konstantinopoulos is the head of the movement of epistrathy during the First World War, and then later a very central person of the royalist camp. Vardas, as I said, and the others. You could see many Cretans that were Macedonian fighters, and that not Venizelists, are anti-Venizelists, armed anti-Venizelists. And I think this had also to do with the mentality of the whole thing. It's against the peasants. We shall see tomorrow that the main enemy of the Greek effort is revolted peasants. This is and this is very interesting also that after the Balkan Wars, Macedonia, the acquiring of Macedonia was the main reason for the Greek land reform that had begun after Kyriller to be delayed for 1 decade and a half, officially.
Thank you very much, Tassos. Is there any monument, statue, bust of Vardas anywhere in Greece? Because following Nikos' presentation, I think it would be very interesting to link ego documents with other kind of materialization of memory and history. So is there anything?
I'm not sure. There was one in Thessaloniki, in the place where there were many statues, protomese, busts of Macedonian figures. And it's very crazy that because they are enemies of them. It's a Gyparis who killed in Dragoumis, near Dragoumis, all the good Greeks. Now it has been dissipated because after the construction of the metro, Boutaris as mayor dispersed them. But I think there is in Chania. I think, I'm not sure. And I guess there must be in his birthplace also. But I have not checked it.
It's connected with that. I don't know if in his diary, Vardas Chontos is writing about the behavior or relation Cretans who were fighting in, you know very well that there were many of them they were Macedonian because of exile, because of ship stealing. Now they say the memory we were fighting in Macedonia, and like it happens today in Ukraine that the prisoners fight and then they get the freedom. I ask that question because it's connected. Because in the family is from Sfakia, but the origins is from Aradena, which is a village in this place. In 1948, happened a big, huge blood feud in Aradena. It's a left village. It's a communist village, Aradena, between Chontos, big, and Koukovitis. I don't know if relations up there were transmitted in, and also this question, I think that Chontos has no memory in Crete. Chontos, it has two names, Vardas. I don't know if the relations there in transmitted in Crete in these connections. This is some ideas. For this, I think Chontos is not it's very personal in Crete. I think there's not a status. Maybe there is one with Vardas, not Chontos. This is
About Aradena, I knew that there was a blood feud that destroyed the village in the summer of '69. the last family of this village left for Germany. There is a poem written by a Hagnot poet on this, the girl from Aradana, who met the family when he was trekking Sfakia. But I didn't know about the Tsondos relations. The recent transmission of this vendetta mentality mainly as a self-justification of many Cretans who came from the village of it's near Radana. It's a village where no, it's another one. Where one Cretan of bandit of the first group who went to Macedonia in 1903, I think Kostas will discuss about Seimenis, was killed during the Ilinden uprising under very suspicious circumstances. And many Cretans who were, of course, went there as a professional fighters, justified their implication to the Macedonia, together with the Ottoman authorities, in support of the status quo, as a vendetta because these men had been killed by the revolution, etc. In fact, it was a different story. I have dealt with it. So it's Karavitis, for example, this comrade of Vardas, in his memoirs, written in the late 40s, he says more than 30 times in his memoirs, we were not going there to plunder and for money, we went there for a vendetta. It's more than 35 times. Vardas is more rational. He's a professional, although he's actually not very much a Cretan. I mean, I discovered it quite reading for this presentation that he grew up in Athens. He's an Athenian of Cretan origin, so he is not so much linked to the local mentalities as a person as his fellow Cretan fighters, I guess. He speaks about the Cretans there, and it's interesting that he's very glad that the local dance, Poucheno, is near Pedozalis, he says, and says that, okay, if I would not forbid many things, I mean sexual relations, we would have a very strong upgrading of the local race. And this is a racialism that is also interesting to take note of.
Last question, then very short.
Thank you. Just a short question. Do you see in the case of the Cretan fighters also an import of strategies used during the Cretan struggle against the Ottoman and so on, to be used in Macedonia as well, as in something different from what other bands of guerrilla fighters were doing, or is there no difference?
The only such element I have met with, not in Varda's diary, not at all. He's a professional military. He's not a Cretan bandit. Is mentioned by Konstantinos Mazarakis, one of the Greek officers active in the Salonika Vilayet, where the Greek armed actions were under the strong control of the Greek consulate, not of Macedonian community, had nothing to do with there. And he said that the problem in the Bitola Vilayet with the Cretans was that if they were strongly persecuted by the Turkish army, by the Ottoman army, especially after 1996, they had a tendency not to surrender, but to fight. While the others, I mean, from Peloponnesus or from other places, they were more eager to surrender. And the Greek consulates and the Greek leaders, the central leadership, preferred to have the bands surrendered, because they could even ask for clemency under the Article 130 of the Ottoman Penal Code, saying that a band that is acting in favor of the regime against outlaws can be completely pardoned, apart from individual murders. If they kill somebody, they had to be punished. But the fact that there is a band operating in Ottoman territory, if he acts as a paramilitary pro-regime band, he can be pardoned. And the Greek consulate also, and even if not pardoned, there were minor penalties that they would suffer. So they prefer that, and also not to provoke the Ottoman authorities. And the Cretans were considered a not so trustful element because they had this this past of anti-Ottoman activity that they wouldn't surrender easily to the Ottoman soldiers.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's more than time to have the coffee break. 15 minutes is fine. Yeah.
Καφέ. Λοιπόν, να σου πω, ωραία, εγώ έχω ένα λάπτο, καλά. Θα βάζετε σε συγκεκριμένο λάπτοπ, θες να σου δώσω στικάκι.
Έχεις στικάκι.
Το βρω.
Αφού είναι εδώ δηλαδή, για να μην έχουμε προβλήματα με...
Ωραία, το κάνω τότε PDF. Απλά θα διαβάζω την ανακοίνωση από το άλλο λάπτοπ. Να το βρω, λοιπόν, άρα εγώ παίρνω αυτό. Αυτό εδώ το κάνω. Δεν θα βοηθήσω τώρα, PDF. Έχει καφέ. Σκαλιτάκι. Τι γράφω τώρα εγώ. Να, Crete, έλα, Crete, μπράβο. Ωραία. Σκαλιτάκης Crete, βάλτε εδώ. Περίμενε. Βιαζόμαστε. Συγγνώμη. Πού το. Να. Για δες. Πάνω πρέπει να είναι. Ναι. Για άνοιξε το να δούμε. Ναι, ναι. Καλιά. Αλλιώς, ναι, γιατί εγώ δεν έχω PowerPoint. Είναι το αντίστοιχο του Mac. Τι εννοεί.
Ξέρω να το βγάλω στο YouTube. Δεν ξέρω να το βγάλω.
Θες να στο κάνω σε notes, αλλά δεν νομίζω να σας...
Κάποιου είδους, γιατί δεν ξέρω από MacBook καθόλου, ανάλογο με το PowerPoint που βλέπω, ας πούμε,
Έχω το numbers. Θες να το κάνω... Μπορώ να το κάνω... Περίμενε, γιατί εγώ σε ταλαιπωρώ, περίμενε. Αυτό είναι το numbers. Μπορούμε να το κάνουμε... Export to PowerPoint.
Αν μπορείς, υποθέτω ότι θα είναι... Υποθέτω ότι θα δουλέψει.
Πάμε για καφέ.
Ναι.
Τα προγραμματά σας, κύριε.
Ναι, κάτσε πρέπει να το... Ντάκης, create... Ωραία. Export. Ναι, εγώ το κάνω συνήθως για καλύτερο.
Δικής μου άγνοιας δεν έχει να κάνει. Αυτό το ότι είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ απλό, το οποίο εγώ απλά δεν ξέρω.
Δώσε μου, ωραία, δώσε. Μπήκε. Ναι, ωραία. Για δες. Πάνω βάλω. Θα πατάω, ξέρω εγώ πώς πατάνε. Κώστα.
οκ.
Hello to everybody. We are now continuing with the second panel of our workshop with two speakers, both of them from the University of Crete. We begin with Yannis Skalidakis, who will speak to us about the official recognition of the armed struggle of Crete against the Ottomans, of course, by the autonomous Cretan state.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So I will say 2 or 3 words about the form of capitanato, that is the form of the armed forces, the armed bands in Crete. Then I will go to the official recognition of those fighters, combatants, agonistes, as they are written, by the Cretan state. And I will present the sources that emanate from this process of official recognition and some preliminary findings from the sources, and I will close this presentation with some further questions about for these sources and in general. So, the dominant local form of armed forces in Crete was the capitanato. Okay. The capitanato was an armed formation based on the form of social organization in the mountains and semi-mountains of Western Crete, at the roots of the White Mountains range and Mountain Psiloritis. The local communities, mainly pastoral, were constituted in extended families. We can discuss about clans or the appropriate terminology. In could say, in an androgenic line with wide networks of kinship, blood, affinity, and many kinds of spiritual or fictive kinship. These communities were in a permanent state of confrontations with the farmers and with each other over pastures as land was scarce and poor. In the social ethos, they had elevated manhood to the highest social value. The good man, ο καλός άντρας, stood out from the rest and led his family, and often formed his own lineage according to the local saying, which we had already talked about, ο άνδρας κάνει τη γενιά και όχι η γενιά τον άνδρα. So it was upon these social patterns that the Capetanato was built. At some time, it was institutionalized, it became a kind of institution as the Ottoman authorities recognized the primacy of a capitano, of a captain in each village, mainly for judicial and fiscal reasons. We find references to this term by travelers, and so this capitano was originally a rudimentary one-person institutional form of representation of Christians again towards the Ottoman authority. He settled disputes between his co-religionists, while a literate person, not the capitano, kept the accounts for the taxes, a daskalos, or a priest. There is no doubt that the best man of the village, ο καλύτερος άνδρας, the most powerful one, was the captain and his family, his source of power, his capitanato. But other capitanata, other families, other clans, if you want, constantly disputed the primacy over the land and over the institution. So this capitanato formation had certain characteristics emanating from the ethos, this ethos of manhood, which will make it incompatible with effective affiliation to any higher form of military and or political leadership. In short, the leadership of the clan, of the family, like the capitanato, is not inherited, but acquired by the strongest man. Another characteristic is the self-reliance of this good man in peaceful times, like the capitano in warlike times. Another feature is the constant conflict and fluidity in a form of power that could not be crystallized within families, nor between families, and consequently, it seems neither within or nor between the capitanata. So this seems to be the primary form of armed bodies in Crete. But something seems to change in the 19th century, the century of Cretan revolutions and uprisings, starting with the Greek independence struggle, the revolution of 1821-1830. During the revolution of 1821, several capitanata were formed, mainly from these mountainous areas around the White Mountains in Chania and Mount Psiloritis in Rethymnon, Heraklion. We could assume that the revolution of 1821 was, amongst other things, the beginning of the spread of these armed capitanata from their original regions to the rest of Crete. Thus, despite the general reputation that Crete acquired as a warlike region, due to the development of the armed corps during the 19th and 20th century, in 1821, this warlike ethos and the corresponding armed mobilization was mainly localized in specific mountainous Western Crete. The 10th year struggle of 1821, the movement of populations, especially the resettlement of origins of Sfakia in all Crete, within Crete, and subsequent revolts would lead to the spread of the capitanato formation through almost the entire island during the 19th century. So another issue is in 1821, in the revolution, some ranks, military ranks, were introduced by outside, by the armed officials that came from revolutionary Greece. These ranks, which is, I don't know how to translate them, dekarchos, pendidokarchos, so we can see like the centurion, but it's for 50 men, 10 men, 20 men, 50 men, 100 men, 1,000 men, hiliarchos, and so on. So these ranks were adopted by the Cretans and incorporated in their internal hierarchy as the general chiefs distributed the ranks to their subordinates. A glance at the list of the camps that were formed in the revolutionary periods is enough to understand the use and abuse of these ranks. So we have the simultaneous existence of a multitude of ranks in the same small villages. Okay? For example, the list of the ranks of the province of Kissamos under the general chief, yes, that's for Chief Anagnostis Kalidis in the revolution of 1878 is no less than 30 pages long, full of Philiarchs, Pentakos, all these ranks, chieftains of the first class, of the second class, chieftains, deputy chiefs, and so on. So we could assume two things. First, the revolution of 1821 was the process of spreading these armed forces from their original bases to the rest of Crete. The poor Western Crete will appear more rebellious than the East, where wheat is generally more sufficient. But during subsequent rebellions, these armed bands were spread in other semi-mountainous areas other than the White Mountains and Psiloritis, and then in nearly all of Crete. So it will be interesting going from all the revolutionary 19th century up to the Battle of Crete, the resistance, and even the Civil War, up to 1950, okay, something like that. It will be interesting if we could trace back the line, reconstruct the network of these armed bodies from their original bases to nearly all the island. And second, we could argue that from the revolution of 21 onwards, an internal hierarchy of this corps was established from villages to provinces. For example, in the structure of the revolution of 1866, the regional leaders in each province, eparchia, as it is mentioned by an author, quote, derive their strength largely from their chieftains and other lower ranks, but also from ordinary fighters of their respective zone and of responsibility, and not from the revolutionary government or the Greek state or any other external factor. So this hierarchy, I suppose, was institutionalized through the use of military ranks, which these captains adopted since 1821 and used in their balance of power. These ranks should establish a balance within the armed groups as well as between the armed groups. But of course, this balance was also constantly disputed. Deciphering this relation is not obvious. So these two elements, hierarchy within and among armed groups and spatiality expansion during the 19th century, are important to keep in mind while exploring an archive of roughly 4,500 files of Cretan combatants, bandits, revolutionaries against the Sultan's rule, and since 1898, heroes of the newly formed Cretan state, revered by the public opinion of the Greek kingdom. Thank you. So, the Cretan state recognized the fighters, especially the needy, the wounded, the widows, and the orphans of the revolutions of 1866 up to 1897, 1998. It issued laws, decrees for this procedure, and the task of judgment, who will be recognized as a combatant, was undertaken by 10-member committees in each county, in each prefecture, nomos, appointed these committees on the proposal of the Council of the Sovereign. And the committees invited the interested parties to submit supporting documents. The fighters were initially classified into 6 ranks, A, B, C, D, E, F, in 1902, but there were, however, disputes about their validity by deputies, and the Council of the Sovereign rejected these decisions. Finally, in 1909, based on final judgment by competent committees, the final lists, tables of fighters, combatants in life of all Crete by prefecture, municipality, and village were published in the supplement of the government gazette in Crete, as you see. They were divided finally into 3 classes, A, B, C, agonistis alpha, beta, gamma, depending on the assessment of the military action of each fighter. The application for recognition had certain conditions. To apply, one had to certify that his income was low and that he was over 55 years old in 1909. So these certificates were granted by the town councils about if he's poor or rich or his age. His fighting activity was certified by the captain or captains of his province, and these certificates, so-called captain certificates, kapetanohartia, may date back to 1866-69, perhaps even 1858. The research in the files will show. The final list, published in 1909, contained 4,536 names, and the majority of these files are existing in the historical archive of Crete in Chania. So the combatants archive, to Αρχείο Αγωνιστών, is a treasure trove of information that can shed light on important questions about the armed tradition in Crete. But let's start from the limits of this source. We consider the archive and the classification of the fighters by the Cretan state as a fairly reliable picture of the reality of the armed force in 19th century Crete, but it's not a faithful mirror of it. Who are missing from the 1909 list? Several people who were no longer alive. Some will be found to have applied in 1902 and then they died. For some of them, quite a few, we assume their widows and orphans applied, but this complicates our research. It is also possible that some were under the age of 55 at the time, or were wealthy, did not submit or withdrew their document for various reasons. Finally, we know how many applications were approved and how many were rejected, but we don't know how many, who, and why they were wronged in the judgments. So the question arises, how objective were the judgments? We already seen that in 1902 judgments were annulled and took another 7 years for the recognitions to be finalized. That is in itself a question. So the judging committees, here you see the judging committee for the prefecture of Chania, consisted of 10 people per county, per prefecture, appointed by the council. Their members were appointed by chiefs, deputy chiefs, or assembly from these counties, and only the deputies were excluded. If you were a deputy of the Cretan state, you could not participate in this committee. We know that many captains became deputies in the Cretan state. So we must take into account the inevitable subjectivity of these people. The judges themselves were general chiefs of their counties and certainly had their alliances and their differences, διαφορές, I would say. Manousos Kounduros, Councillor of the Interior in the Cretan state And he states that the municipal councils, out of a spirit of ill-intentioned charity, also granted certificates that were not in accordance with the law in terms of age or income. There was pressure from the town councils and the people concerned to be recognized as combatants. The procedure also provided for objection and stasis, which were we sometimes find that in the files. So with all of these limitations in mind, we explore the combatants archive to find answers to our questions, always in conjunction with other sources. So the sheets of the official gazette of the Cretan state with the lists of those who had applied, and the voluminous combatants archive with approximately 4,500 files of the applicants are in the historical archive of Crete in Chania and are also digitized in the internet, okay? But without any index or any search facility. So you have 4,500 files like that, okay? It's good, but difficult also. So in our research at the Department of Political Science at the University of Crete, we are working on these files. You see a photograph of the students we went to visit to the historical archive in order to find answers regarding the formation of the capitanata, the captaincies, and in general, the phenomenon of the armed forces in Crete in the 19th and 20th century. So we will share with you today some preliminary data and our reflection on further elaboration of this source. So you can see that of the 4,500 some applications registered, 3,500 so were approved. So the approved applications are divided in A class, 800 approximately, 680 B class, and 1,683 C class. So in this class, we have fighters, we have widows in the same class, which means roughly the same pension. We have fighters, we have wounded, τραυματίες, we have widows and orphans. So there are not all the combatants. You have to be some kind of chief, ABC, or to be killed or to be wounded. Okay. You see here the division between the categories. And we have approximately 1,000 applications that were rejected. So we take out the rejected from the approved applications of fighter of an identified class, because we have some few, we don't have the class. We have this result, 136 fighters of A class, 657 B, and 962 of C class, a total of 1,755 persons alive, were still alive in 1909. So that is the provinces. It's unfortunately, it's in Greek, but you can see the first one, it's ranked, descending from the total. So the first provinces are all from Chania. Okay, first one is Kydonia, Laki, and all that. Okay. And then we have Selino, Pokoronas, Kissamos, and lastly, surprisingly maybe, lastly, Sfakia. And then we have the provinces of Rethymno and then the provinces of Heraklion. And we see that we do not have combatants from the provinces of Lassithi. Okay. Only one province, Pediada of Heraklion, goes a little up from some other provinces of Rethymnon. Here is the provinces. Yes. Okay. So it's this one, Pediada, that we find mostly from other provinces of Heraklion. So in the proved applications, we find, so this is all rough information. We have to be, the data and all that have to be revised and revised. We have mistakes in the, Excel and all that. So in the approved applications, we take out the rejected ones. We see the villages that we find mostly. We see Laki is the first one. We have, this is, and it's all mainly all from Chania and some from Rethymno. Chania, the city of Chania, Askifu, it's Sfakia, it's Apokoronas, Kydonia, and then Kallikratis, Sfakia, and so on. So in Sfakia, we see certain villages, they appear highly, even if Sfakia as a whole, it's below the other ones. And another one, it's not so interesting. I tried to find the names. So, okay, Papadakis, it's a very common name. The rest of the names, we have to link them to specific villages to see if we can reconstruct. The question is if we can reconstruct a lineage. So if we can reconstruct a capitanato from this source. It's not evident. So some provisional results, we have a stability of the villages in the White Mountains of Kydonia, Laki and all that, Mesla and all that. We have a reduction of the importance of Sfakia in the 19th century. In the revolution of 1821-30, Sfakia are predominantly the capitanata of this revolution. But it seems that during the 19th century, as we have the spread of capitanata, I suppose, the spread of capitanata in other regions, the importance of Sfakia is less. Okay. And of course, we have the absence of Lassithi. What is the position of women? In the 1909 list, we find 1,531 women to make applications. It's 1/3 of all applications. The vast majority are widows and orphans of fighters who have passed away. But we have also 55 applications from women fighters. Of these applications, only 4 were approved. It will be interesting to study their files. So, apart from the status of the person making the application and whether it was approved or rejected, from the official list that was in the newspaper, we can extract the following data: full name, and sometimes the name of the father, his place of origin, village, province, prefecture. That's from the list. If we want to find more, we have to look at the files, right? The files of the applicants. So from the files, we can find much more information about both the applicant himself and more general information about the Cretan revolutions of the 19th century. We can find date of birth and other data from the certificates of the municipal councils, such as resettlement. We can find that. From the certificates of the leaders, we can sometimes see under whose leadership he fought and in which rebellions and battles he took part. And also we can find in some files, we find ego documents. We find more extended, memoirs from and sometimes we find in the files that their families are adding texts in the file. That was accepted from historical file, from the historical archive, I suppose. So some questions. I don't know, I don't have anything else. No? Okay. Some questions about the fall. So can the diffusion of the Capitanato from the White Mountain Range, where we initially find it in 1821, to other areas, can this be documented through this archive? That is, through documentation of the movement of families and thus their family names in space. Can a single Capitanato be reconstructed as a case study with the help of this archive by reconstructing patronymic and genealogical lines and associating surnames with specific places? How could the spiritual affinities and fraternities that constituted the immediately wider family circle after that of the brothers and the first cousins be identified? Can we reconstruct alliances? Difficult. But anyway, we don't have to, have any fetish on this particular source. And going beyond this source, we are interested to get to know this formation of Capitanato, to make even of maybe a typology of this form of power that was called Capitanato, to find its origins and causes, and to be able to compare it with similar phenomena in different environments, in time and place, in the Balkans or elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean. Also to investigate the relation between the Capitanata and other forms of power, starting from the dominant Ottoman authority, and also in the peaceful periods to see the captain's relations with the representatives of the Ottoman authority, with the Cretan Muslims, the Arhades and the Janissaries. Also the relations with the new Greek national center, the revolution, and then the Greek kingdom, the forms of political power that were created during the periods of revolutionary, revolutions, the committees that Nikos said, and such as were, yes, the general assemblies of the Cretans and committees of Cretans of the island. And also we are interested in the relation between these Capitanata and between those Capitanios, how this hierarchy was constituted and agreed upon and reproduced, how and why this hierarchy was also challenged, how the relationships between them are affected by intrusion of third parties, like all the forms of powers mentioned above. So we are interested in a definition of this phenomenon, its geographical limits, the number of people affected directly or indirectly. We can see from either in the Battle of Crete, we see also the participants were approximately 3,000. So we are always talking about 3, 4, 5, 6,000 men in all the island. And yes, we have a lot of questions, and we want to hear yours also. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you for interesting presentation. It is very interesting questions, but very difficult also answers. About a small correction about good man, Kalos Andras. It is not Kalos Andras, it's Kala Andras. Herzfeld has written about that. It's a period, a subverb, which means how one performs the activity, the manhood. Kala adras. Kala adras. This is another, I think, some questions is, I think, that about Capitanato. Herzfeld has about a long, about what means Caladras. About Capitanato, I have not heard the word, the word Capitanato in Central Crete. It is in Western Crete. I think, I'm not sure, in Western Crete, we have in mountains, we have also, it is not so much a pastoral society. The land is very, they go, it is very short, they go up and down. In Central Crete, the shepherds go in east. But it's also a society that they are sheep owners. Φοπλιστές, καραβοκύριδες.
Σφακιά.
Yes,
Only.
yes. Maybe Capetanios is from this. Capetanios is from the sheep. This is, I think, because different society, different are also the clans, the lineages. In Chania, they are more stratified. We have better and more clear stratified. Kalosira, Kakosira. In Central Crete, is more egalitarian. And for this reason also, we have in Chania, we have a civil war, we have, and also we have civil war in Chania. It started civil war from Chania. I think this is because of this positions. Kalosiri and Kakos, it's more stratification. About the land, it's a problem generally because the land amount is a communal land. There is not private property. So this is the question, how one can use the land. So we can go now to questions quickly with this, how have a big land to have the power to use the land. And about Lassithi, it's different history because Lassithi, after the Kalergis, as you know, revolution, it was forbidden the Lassithi to inhabit it and inhabit until from 16, at the end of 16, after the fall of Peloponnesus. So for this reason, I think in Lassithi it's different because they have they until today around plateau of Lassithi, it's Metosha. Skopjana, I don't remember the name. So for the reason is Lassithi has, I think, a different history difference. Also about the names, it's a problem names because I had through these problems because as you know the names fixed at the end of, so Papadakis is the son of Papas, so we cannot say all this. Also, it's on the, you said the previous about hierarchies. It's very, I think that are from Western Crete many people, warriors, many, but I think the analogy between A, B, and C, it's almost the same in hierarchy.
Yes.
Yes. Before, yes, you see 24, but there are more C. The analogy is the same in the hierarchy. This is some questions. I think, but the main is there's difference between Sfakia, the area of Chania is specific. There's a division, I think, division between the Chania and the other in Western Crete. In lineages, in political, everything.
Yes, yes. So about Capetano, yes, I don't know the origin. I don't know the origin. Maybe it's may well. Yes, yes. We made both. So we find we find this these names. That's this forms like Capetano. So we have a problem with terminology also. Capetanato, we say it's descriptive. Maybe it's from Western Crete, and we use it then for all the armed formations in Crete in the 20th century in the resistance. We're speaking about Capetanios in all of Crete. But yes, we have to, I don't know if we can relate them to other names in other regions. I don't know, it's corresponded. And even how can we link the Capetanio with the terminology social bandit or political bandit that Nico said? For me, it's an open question. I don't know how to use it. So for the economy and all that, and the social relations and family relations, I relied on the work of Rania Strinaki, and she, in her dissertation, she speaks about kalos anthras. So I took that. So I don't know if it makes a difference. Kala kalos, we could say kalos anthras. Okay. Okay. So yes, I don't have any objections on that. It's an ongoing project, but you see, it's multidisciplinary. So I'm an historian. I have to look a little of anthropology, sociology, and all that to answer our questions. But
Just to add on what on that Mr. Chandiropoulos said, it's very interesting that the use of land in Sfakia, it's very different because Sfakia was a vakf. It was you cannot have private property in all this area. So it's a complete different use of land. This is interesting to go further in these questions of the use of land as in relation to to how economy influences the social structure.
yeah.
Bakufi.
I think that many questions will be clarified, yes, if we could have a history of the resettlement of the Sfakiani in the rest of the island, starting from 1821, 22, 24. We have the destruction of the province in many times, and then they relocate in other areas. And I suppose that they bring together their traditions, some of them at least, and they form armed bands elsewhere. It's not only from Psiloritis also. We have some left Milopotamos and went to Malevision elsewhere, Monophachi. I don't know very well all that. We have to find out. It's an ongoing research that will take years, I think. But I think it's interesting. It will clarify many things about the history of the Cretan history and the revolutions during the 19th century, and why this form of Capitanato preserved until the middle of the 20th century. We find it. We have many others. We have the Macedonian struggle. We have many rebellions. The rebellion of 21 that Raffes had studied. We have the Theriso. We have a continuation of all that after the Cretan state, and of course the export out of Crete. And but my research is going a little bit backwards. I want to find, if we can find some information about the origins of all that. Taking a note that supposing that from the revolution of 21 and something's changed. We have the politicization, we have the literacy, we have all that.
Thank you for your presentation. It is a very useful and ambitious project in a good way. I wanted to switch a little bit the focus. You told us a lot about the phenomenon of Capitanata. I wanted to ask something about the present of the tentative 1909, about this tentative of the Cretan polity. Normally, when we speak about the Cretan polity, this hybrid of regime, which is chronically and analytically between the empire and the nation state, the official historiography considers it as something in between and not something which is going to be stable. But what I wanted to ask, when this official of the political power with this tentative of doing all this, do they have in mind a Cretan identity which is there forever, or they understand Cretan polity as a medium, an intermediate stadium between the empire and the nation? For me, it looks like something permanent.
The Cretan polity.
Yes, when they do all this, giving pensions and...
Yes. It's permanent until it isn't, but of course it was built. We cannot find an answer to this question in this archive. I'd say maybe we find in the narratives maybe find in the files. They speak about national liberation, and there is an obvious link with the Greek case, but the Cretan polity, the Cretan state was built with all the tools of state building of the time. It was built as a real state, and it was also, if you want, a political and international political experiment. It was a protectorate of the big powers. It has the suzerainty of the Ottoman and all that. It was a hybrid. In all cases, it was a hybrid. But beyond that, they did. We have a state building process that is 100%. They have laws, they have pensions, they have decrees, they have. It's a whole. But I don't understand the question concerning the link with the Greek state. The Greek state made the same thing, recognized combatants after the revolution, the successful revolution in Greece, from the Greek kingdom, King Otto and all this. And we had the similar procedures of recognition of national liberation struggles. It will be interesting if we could find if the Cretan affair was affected by the Greek one. They did it as the Greeks did it, or they did it as I don't know, other state did it. I don't know if we have in other states the same procedures of official recognition of national liberation struggles. That will be interesting. Yes.
After.
Two short questions. Do you have any idea about the proportion of fighters registered in this application that fight abroad? I mean, roughly. That's my first question. You get it?
No.
No. I mean, do you have any idea about the proportion of fighters? I mean, those who applied for this recognition that not only fight in Crete, but also abroad. Okay.
Yeah.
And the second one is, I mean, on what extent these applications could be considered as ego documents?
Application, yes.
Applications, yes. Standard, you wondered about a possible influence of the recognition applications asked by the Kingdom of Greece after the independence war. But on a broader extent, what could we say about the? You see, is it set? Is it framed according to former models, patterns, narratives? Wider question, of course.
Yeah. Okay, the first question from this source, we cannot, it ends in 1909, okay? So, but if we have the names, we can find who of them, which of, how many of them continued abroad. So it's a database that can be linked with other databases and can be used to see questions that are beyond. Also, how many of them, yes, entered, you know, the Greek military or the Greek, the Greek security forces, or we can reconstruct, you know, families, the father, the grandfather, the son. We can try to get answers like to questions like that from this. So in fact, it's at the time it's an Excel document, you know, with 4,500, you know, lists, and we add and we but after that, every one of them we can add the categories as we find things in the applications, and find more information. The second question about in reality, most of the files, most of the applications are short, 3-4 pages. 1 page for the municipal council that says that our citizen was born here and he la 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 la. Then we have a certification from a chieftain, from a leader, that says that Mr. Fought in the revolution of 1878 or 1896 under me, and maybe we find in which battles, and maybe sometimes we find more than one paper, one for 1866, another from 1878. In some cases, in most cases, the leaders are dead, so we have some members of this judgment committee who are from the same province, that they are the ones who certify that he is and all that. But we have to search deeper in these files, and in order to do so, we have to choose which files. One option is the 136 combatant of A class that were still alive. That will be a case study or a δείγμα, an example, a sample, a specimen. Or we could take as a specimen all the files, but that means funding and time and space. But we find interest. Like I will show you. No, I cannot show you. We find in some files ego documents or documents of their family that are narrating his story. Or we found a specific rejection from Akriaris, who said, the son of a captain that was also recognized as a captain in another revolution. He was not really a captain, but because of his father, you tell that he was a captain, but he just had the arms of his father. He was carrying the arms, nothing more. And he narrates the real leaders were he, 1, 2, 3. So it's a very risky environment because they are all political actors and they have all their, friends and foes and their strategies, political strategies. And after the Cretan polity, we have, even before, they have different parties, Fatries, Patriots, and all that. And so we cannot be 100% sure. We know that as historians, but still I think it's very useful for the phenomenon of the armed bands in Crete. I think it's the most interesting source in some ways.
Just a short question, because I'm confused. All these A-class fighters, are they captains?
Yes.
Because so you have these captains there. We see the number, okay, and there are also other captains who are not in the lists because they did not fulfill the criteria.
For
Am I
several
correct?
reasons. For several
Yes,
reasons.
so because they were over the age or under the age, or they were rich, things
Yes.
like that.
Yes, but
So okay. So the only way for you, I mean, if I understand correctly from what you have presented, to reconstruct from this material the captaincies, the capitanata, is to check in the files to see who fought under whom. Because
yes,
otherwise,
yes,
just by all this other statistical material, you cannot reach that. So you probably have to see all the files.
eventually, maybe we'll see. Yes, look, we have to combine this source with the things that we know. Now, the more known, famous captains, we don't have to rely on this source. We know them, Hadji Michalis Giannaris, all that. Maybe they didn't even apply. They didn't bother to do that. Okay, but others were dead. But we can find their widows. So this Anagnostis, he was dead in 1901. We don't find. Finally, I found the file under his widow. His widow applied, and then we have a file of 100 pages.
Question on that. What were the qualification for the classification into categories A, B, or C? I mean, it was a matter of a big captain, a small captain, just a fighter, because I noticed that there is a discrepancy, a disproportionality in the number of people recognized or the age and the widows. In the first category, you have less than 200 of category A and almost 1,000 widows or something like that. Much more.
Yes.
And while in the third category, you have 1,000 people recognized and some tens of widows only. What means that? 136 files, more than.
Maybe here we have a mistake.
What?
Because I see two things.
No, it's normal.
660, it's 2 times.
Yeah, the orphans, you put them twice, but
Yes.
it's nothing. But this is correct. But just you put just the orphans twice.
I don't know.
There is no clear-cut distinction.
We suppose that the classification it's by importance. πρώτος καπετάνιος, δεύτερος καπετάνιος, things like that.
Post-war importance
Yes.
also.
But we have to see all the laws and decrees. Maybe somewhere it's described more, but more clearly. But I think that in any case, this process was also a political one. You know, granting pensions to widows and.
Social status
Yes,
affair also.
It's clear that we have political pressures to give, to recognize them so that their orphans can have funds and that.
Question?
I would like to exploit
The last one.
my place, yes, as a microphone bearer. So, several questions, as a matter of fact. First things first, a comment on the term captain, capitanios. I think it derives from the Venetian era, the capitaneria and capitani of the Venetian era. I don't think that it derives from the sea captains, because back in the day in Crete used the term reises for the captain of a ship. We have the surname Reisakis here in Rethymnon, it's very common. So yes, it was probably this term used for the captains of ship. Okay. Yes. So a question. A Prines that is mentioned in one of your graphs is Prines Rethymnis or Prines Milopotami?
Yeah. You find it.
I have a personal interest.
That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's maybe both. Yeah, it's maybe both. It's maybe both.
And,
but I know
and
we have two Prines. It's not the only one. I spend a lot of time, correcting the villages.
I imagine. Yes. And thought, a conceptual matter, on the relation of the archive to the concept of capitanata. Capitanato is a demonstration of power. This archive is a demonstration of weakness. They are asking for pensions. I suppose the persons that are members of the committee that are capetani or proto-capetani do not ask for pensions, so they are not to be found in that kind of archives. So I think how it should be connected is a matter of conceptualization. It's not straightforward. And a last thing, just an information, that is an information. During another research, I found in late 30s in the Gazette of government Gazette, some decrees about a formalization of the several classes of oplachigi and the relation to military ranks. Late 30s, just before Second World War. I have not kept the reference though, but I know that it does exist, and the general chiefs are up to the rank of second lieutenant. It does not go upwards.
Who made this?
It is a formal decree of the Greek state for giving pensions. That's all.
Okay. Concerning the applications, it doesn't. You're right about the ethos of power and weakness, but they all wanted to be recognized. So we find the applications of the members of the judging committees, just one paper, and yes, it was accepted. They didn't bother to do anything else, but they were accepted. In fact, that they are inside. If most of them. They are the problem that we have if we don't find someone specific, if he was dead, and we cannot find the application from widow or orphan. But if they could make it, they did. I think even Hadjimichalis Yannaris, there is one paper that he made the application and was accepted. Yes. I don't know if they accepted the pension. Maybe they didn't accept the pension. I don't know.
Yes. Thank you very much. Όχι, θέλω φως.
Εδώ,
Λίγο ναι, ευχαριστώ Τάσο.
Thank you. I start.
And he will speak to us about the work of the Egyptians of Cretan resistance during World War II through the eyes of a spy of His Majesty's government, the bandits in command.
Thank you, Tassos. The idea was to, when we speak about political banditry, we have this connection between, let's say, traditional armed chieftains and their bands, with, on the other hand, modern states, services, secret services. So, speaking about the Cretan factor, the Cretan connection, we know the importance of this collaboration during World War II between the British factor and the captains, the chieftains of mainly of Western Crete. So the idea was to switch a little bit the point of view and to see an ego document written by a famous agent of the British government, Tom Dunbabin, how this kind of officers saw the environment of traditional or captains, Cretan captains. So my paper aims to critically present an unfinished autobiographical text published many years after the death of its author, the notebook of Tom Dunbabin, SOE's special agent in Crete during World War II. It is a very interesting testimony, which, as I will attempt to show, captures not only the perspective and the mentality of its author, but also the world of his comrades in the war, the legendary chieftains, capetanios, of the Cretan resistance. The world, mainly, not the chieftains themselves, because Dunbabin writes very few things about them. Very few things about the author. Tom Dunbabin was born in 1911 in Hobart, Tasmania. He studied in Sydney University and later at Corpus Christi College, Oxford. He graduated with a degree in classics in 1933 and later became an esteemed historian and archaeologist specialized in ancient Greece. At the outbreak of World War II, he enlisted in the British Army, and after undertaking commando officer training, transferred to the War Office in London as an intelligence officer. In London, he joined the Special Operations Executive, SOE, the famous SOE. He sailed for Egypt at the end of 1941 and landed on Crete in April 1942, where he took over as head of the SOE mission. During most of his stay in Crete, Tom Dunbabin was based in the mountains and in the Amari district. He stayed in Crete until April 1945, when he was recalled to Cairo. At that time, the German troops had retreated Heraklion and Renthibno to garrison themselves in Chania until May 1945, as we know, when they definitively abandoned Crete. Immediately after the war, Tom Dambabin returned to his academic career in Oxford, taking up an appointed as written in classical archaeology. As well as working in Oxford, he still traveled to Greece, where he worked in the National Archaeological Museum. His great work on the ancient Greek colonies in Sicily and South Italy, the Western Greeks, was considered to be for decades the most profound and definitive judgment on this theme. He died young, at the age of 44, on the 31st of March, 1955. So we have a person with a dual identity. He was both a scholar, an academic, an intellectual, and a command officer, a soldier, very well trained in guerrilla warfare, and a spy. The important is that he was not the only one like this. It's a prototype, it's a model. The cause is the politics of the British government just before the war. The government takes people, high bourgeois young men, and transformed them into very powerful and useful agents for the war abroad. I mentioned some other names. John Pendlebury, as we know, he was the one who organized the Battle of Crete in a certain degree and died there. Patrick Leigh Fermor, of course, Chris Woodhouse in mainland Greece. So, about the notebook now. Tom Dambabin began writing his account of his experience in the mountains of Crete during the occupation a few years later, in the summer of 1948, during his holiday on the island of Jersey. His narrative, however, was eventually left unfinished due to his death from cancer at a relatively young age. The manuscript, the manuscript, written in a public service notebook in pencil, is very much of a draft with many insertions and corrections, and includes a list of chapters of the lengthy study he intended to write. If we contrast this list with 10 chapters with the surviving unfinished text, we see that the author eventually managed to write only 4 of the 10 chapters he had planned. The manuscript was published many years later, only in 2015, in a bilingual edition in English and Greek in the series Testimonies of the publications of the Society of Cretan Historical Studies, EKIM, in Heraklion. The editor of the publication was the author's namesake, his nephew Tom Dambabin. He had never met his legendary uncle because he was only 2 years old when he died. He had found the notebook in the family archive in an old wooden cupboard on the family farm in Tasmania, where his aunts kept a number of other documents and letters from the famous spy of His Majesty's government. The author's nephew, therefore, when he retired, decided to take up his family history, and when he discovered the manuscript notebook, he transcribed it, and after some research, made some minor editorial corrections and additions in places where it was incomplete. As he mentions, I quote, "Where the intent of the author remains in doubt, I have made what I consider to be the most appropriate interpretation of the text and accept full responsibility for any errors." End of quote. In the course of his research, he first visited the National Library of Australia and the British Archives in London before arriving in Crete. There, he met the historian Kostas Mamalakis, who encouraged Tom to publish the notebook and put him in touch with the Society of Cretan Historical Studies. The bilingual edition has included, finally, in the form of footnotes, many notes and comments by Patrick Lee Fermor, Tom's old companion in Crete. The structure of the text. As the editor of the edition of the notebook, the author's namesake nephew, mentions in his epigraph, I quote, Tom's memoir is about his exchanges with the men and women who sheltered and succored him, a unique and intriguing account of life in the mountains of Crete, end of quote. Indeed, there is hardly any reference to the German and the occupying forces in the text. As the author himself admits in the first paragraph of the last chapter of the notebook, I quote, there is little enough about the Germans so far. Indeed, they were very much in the background, and this narrative will disappoint those who are hoping for hairbreadth escapes and the exciting devices of spy stories. I remember my surprise in my first walk across Crete to pass through a village and see the inhabitants sitting in the cafe or going about their business, smoke rising from the chimneys, cattle and sheep grazing in the fields, everything going on as if the country was not under German domination. And for most of the people, most of the time, life went on almost as usual. The Germans garrisoned the ports, the beaches, the plains, the roads. In the mountains, which formed the greater part of Crete, they came seldom and unwillingly, end of quote. This world, the world of the Cretan mountains and their inhabitants, is described in a vivid and highly insightful way by Tom Dunbabin in most of the notebook. The first of the 4 chapters, which is the longest, is entitled A New Land and tells the story of Tom's secret landing on a Cretan coast and his first march inland to organize his headquarters. Already from the first lines of the text, the reader becomes aware of the biographical break that Tom's arrival in a place so different from what he had known until then, it was his new kingdom, as he calls it, constituted for him. This was for me the end of a journey half around the world and the beginning of a new life, he writes. And immediately the author presents the basic elements of this new world, the world of the chieftains of the Cretan resistance, to which he will devote his entire text. The caves, huts, the mitata of the shepherds, the buried weapons of the latter from Crete's rebellious past, the silent villages, as he calls them, of the hinterland, with their many informers and very few potential traitors, and finally, the troglodyte soldiers of the Commonwealth who had been standing on the island after the Battle of Crete, hoping that one day a boat or a submarine would carry them safely to North Africa. After we disembarked, we spent what remained of the night in a cave behind the beach, he begins his narrative. A rocky barrier discouraged access to the cave, except for the ubiquitous shepherd. Here, our WT operator got out his set and tapped out his first messages. Once he had to cover the set hastily with a blanket as a shepherd launched in to pass the time of day. We had not yet learned that it is impossible to conceal anything from the shepherds. End of quote. Immediately afterwards, when he begins to describe his group march inland in search of safer shelter, Tom will also give the first description of the peculiar conditions of the German occupation in Feste Creta. Everything seemed strange, he writes. There were cows. One would not expect to see cows in enemy territory. Surely they had all been eaten. It took some time to realize that the life under enemy occupation was for most people much like life at any time, except sudden and violent eruptions. End of quote. In the first chapter, Tom also makes a brief reference to the necessary equipment he acquired in the mountains of Crete as a wandering spy. A new pair of boots, a Cretan gilota with white breeches, a woven backpack, and of course the necessary mustache. Then he describes the mechanism of supplying his team. Commissariat was largely from voluntary contributions and scrappy, he writes. When there was no bread, or no eggs, or no milk, or no beans, we would send someone out to buy what he could. But it was easier at this time to get food for love than for money, for the inflation had begun and no one had much use for paper money. End of quote. The chapter closes with the account of his first meetings around around the dinner table with the first armed group of Cretan guerrillas, some 40 men, and their leaders, Capitan Badouvas, Petrakogiorgis, and Satanas. After giving us, in a way that is both insightful and eloquent, his own insight into the legendary captains, Tom concludes, I am now sure that the rendezvous was fixed up with my guide, as one of the leaders wanted to put his own point of view across to me. But the kid we ate was very delicate, and once again, I ate the lion's portion. The second chapter of the notebook is entitled Lotus Land, from the code name used for security reasons by the British Secret Services when referring to the district of Amari. The narrative here begins with Tom's meeting with Patrick Leigh Fermor when he secretly landed in Crete in June 1942, during the most unfavorable phase of the war for the British. As Tom writes, the enemy was now at El Alamein, and we were now cast on our own resources for a few months, our sea communications being cut. The Germans seemed, to the Cretans, to be having things all their own way, and many people were scared to see us. For one supporter we had then, we found 100 the following year. However, the description of the area of Amari and its villages does not in any way resemble a war landscape. It is mainly a narrative that presents the support networks of the British, which were usually led by the village teachers, but it often ends with vivid descriptions of how the British spies, together with the locals, enjoyed themselves at lively feasts. We never lived in the Lotus Land, but kept it as a sort of holiday resort, Tom writes. Its best entertainment was at Christmas 1942, but these villages were second to none in the support they gave us. We had them always as a place of refuge, end of quote. Unfortunately, the role played by the villages of the regions in the resistance was also understood by the occupying forces. Thus, Toms concludes, 2 years later, all the beautiful villages were a heap of ruins. The Germans destroyed them a little before they withdrew and killed many of our friends, end of quote. At this point, the historical narrative stops and the rest of the chapter is devoted to an ethnographic, one could say, analysis of the anthropogeographical environment that supported the spy networks. First of all, of the caves and the mitata of the region, and then, most importantly, of the local pastoral society. The shepherd is the true king of the mountains, Tom writes. He may live with his sheep up the mountain for months at a time without going into village, and knows every stick and stone on his beat. His fieldcraft is wonderful. Our shepherd boys could guide us anywhere on the darkest nights. End of quote. And this type of skills, according to Tom, are of course combined with the corresponding value code. I quote, "The shepherd is as free as air. Most of them are their own masters or work with members of their own family. All of them are left much on their own. The idea of submitting to the Germans just did not occur to them. They knew the mountains, knew the paths and hiding places, and most of them had a rifle. I do not remember a shepherd giving us away to the enemy for fear of torture or bribery." End of quote. The third chapter is entitled Caves and Holes. Here, the author briefly returns to the narrative of the events of the difficult summer of 1942 before he begins to detail the morphology of his hiding places, as the chapter title indicates. This section is also an excellent presentation of Cretan agricultural products, from beans, olive oil, and fruit to the famous Cretan mournoraki, which was forbidden in peacetime. The chapter closes with another ethnographic analysis of the main social units of the hinterland of the island and their social factors, in order for the author to interpret the support they provided to his team and to the British agents in general. In the remoter parts of Crete, he writes, the family is the natural unit, extending to cover second cousins, good brothers, and a host of relations by marriage. Then the village is the center of a local tie, which is expanded through a district and county patriotism to a Cretan sentiment, which is a large part of their Greek patriotism. The best villages had this solidarity, which supported even the weaker vessels, so that by no threats could the Germans extort information. We were dependent on this feeling, for our existence was a very open secret. End of quote. In the last chapter, although it is entitled The Incident of War, the author essentially continues his account in the same spirit. He concentrates more on the analysis of the social structures and economic processes of the mountainous Cretan people. He describes, in fact, an economy and society which is still based to a very large extent on self-sufficiency and self-consumption, and where, due to the conditions of the war, with the progress of inflation, olive oil became the general medium of exchange. In these circumstances, the supply of shop goods depended on the black market. But this did not matter, according to Tom, because most people got nothing except what was brought around by traveling chapmen and tinkers. In an undifferentiated community, every man is his own craftsman, or if he is not, his neighbor is. End of quote. The author then presents in detail the way the houses in these villages were built and furnished in order to prove the truth of the matter. He will not fail, of course, at the end of his analysis, to clarify the following. I quote, "I must say again that I am speaking mainly of the mountain villages, which form about half of Crete. The plains, on the contrary, live much as other men do, are closely connected with the towns, and have grown used to a money economy." End of quote. The author's only reference to the Germans in the middle of this chapter is brief and is made in order to clarify how, I quote, "they came off the main roads for two main reasons, for plunder and for punitive expeditions." End of quote. Instead, the chapter will close with an analysis of a practice that seems to have been related to both resistance and cooperation in a complex way: sheep stealing. "Some of these shepherd villages," he writes, "have a fault which goes a good way to neutralizing their own virtues: sheep stealing. Of course," he continues, "the best man you can have with you in the hills is a converted sheep thief. He knows all the paths and pathless ways and where to lie up and spy out the land. Being converted, he has an upright sense of honesty. An unconverted thief has many of these qualities, of course, but he has too many enemies for good company." End of quote. But very few sheep thieves were converted. And since war, with the decline in civil authority and growth of violence, brought a great increase of sheep stealing, the thieves did not confine themselves to the rich anymore. According to Tom, under these circumstances, sheep stealing, I quote, "played right into the German hands, raising one man's hand against another with its accompaniment of murder and delation." End of quote. Thus, the German recruited many of their informers from sheep stealers, and their knowledge of the country made these men extremely dangerous for the resistance. In the last lines of the text, of course, after this distanced analysis of the phenomenon, Tom's writing will return to the tendency for romanticism and idealization, and he will present us the life and state of some legendary thieves of World War II period, such as Theodoros Samarianos, who during the occupation acted, as he notes, like a modern Robin Hood. This is before Eric Hobsbawm analysis. The analysis so far demonstrates the particularity of this unfinished text, which, while formally referring to a war experience of the author, is in fact an analysis, sometimes idealized, of the longue durée of the societies of mountainous Crete. As Tom himself notes in a letter to his cousin in Tasmania, I quote, "I enjoyed my war perhaps more than I had the right to. I spent most of it on the mountains of Crete, among some of the most hospitable people I know." And he continues, "We had no much fighting, only some small scraps, hardly worth the name. Most of the time, one was creeping about imperfectly disguised as a Cretan shepherd, or living in comparatively safety in caves and huts on the mountains. I liked it because it was a completely free life." Thank you for your attention. This is the notebook.
To begin, thank you very much for this informative presentation. My first question is, have you compared Dan Babin's book with the reports he sent to SOE during his stay? I ask this because I have in mind Sean Fielding's, another agent of the same level in Crete, the hide and seek. it's a quite famous book. Of course, it's a public book. That means it has underwent the censorship, the very harsh censorship applied to such books by the British Foreign Office when they are to be published. And also he had done this for other books. And it's a very strong difference you detect. Sean Fielding hates Cretans very much. Of course, he's a different guy. He's not an academic. He's a bar owner in Cyprus, a rather lumpen case of agent. And but then his book is completely idealized thing. So have you done that, including the last report on SOE that was compiled by Dan Bambin, has been published, albeit censored in Greece in a Cretan edition, censored in order not to make problems for some local politicians, etc.
Thank you for your question. The answer is simple and honest. No, I have not. I didn't have the time, but I will do it if we have to publish the. It's a very interesting, and of course, it's Tom refers to Fielding, of course, in his book in the notes, and but it is important that Tom Dabame grew up in a shepherd society in Tasmania with different kind of pastoral practices, but yeah, he grew up there. But it's very interesting to see these different levels and forms of discourse.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nick. I was wondering, just given the education and professional background of Dan Babin, does he refer to ancient Crete? Does he compare what he sees now to ancient times?
It's a very good question. Thank you very much. No, he does not. He's an archaeologist and an ancient historian who writes like an anthropologist. Sometimes he says, okay, the cave of Zeus, but he doesn't care about the cave of Zeus because it is not safe. Everybody knows it. And he describes the other caves which are safe.
A question connected with Mr. Kostopoulos' question. Have you asked, it's very interesting because it gives a different image of the war in Crete, of a German period. I don't know if Richter has used in his argumentation this book. Have you asked people who have memories about this man? The strange is that he stayed until 1945, as you said. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So he stayed until the end, the last German left Crete.
Because 1 month before, yes.
Almost, yes, almost, yes. Because it was, the Germans were from Western Crete until because of the fear of a arm. I don't know if he had a role in this situation.
He's never
a double spy in region. Because in this situation, in cooperation of British with Germans against I don't like something. I don't remember the memories. It will be very interesting, the memories of people about because we have a different image. It does not speak about the catastrophe of the villages. That's not, and also it's not the image of the wars. Or the many of the production was going to the Africa. People will not be like that. This is some ideas.
Yeah. First of all, yeah, he has some descriptions how from the mountains we're looking at the people, the locals of the plains, who were doing agaria for the Germans. We know that Crete was probably the only part of occupied Greece that we have this practice of the locals working for forced work for the occupied force, and he has some descriptions in a small part, and he has some other small parts about the revenge and these expeditions of the Germans. But this is at the background of the narrative. The narrative has this idealization. As far as the memories of the locals on Dambabin, his nephew, who is the editor of the volume of the manuscript, visited. He has a yes. His nephew visited Crete at the 2000 something, and he met the local intellectuals and scholars and historians like Kostas Mamalakis, and they took him to visit the villages. And then he mentions that he spoke with a lot of people 20 years ago that still remembered his uncle. So we have this kind of testimony. And so as far as the British image of occupation and their civil war in Greece is concerned, we have, I think it's one of the texts, and mainly the speech that Patrick Cliff Fermor gave during not the funeral, like mnemosino of Dambambing in Agios Minas. It's one of the texts that produces this narrative of everything going well in Crete as far as civil war of the resistance is concerned. We have this idea of Crete without a civil war afterwards. I don't know if it's Dambabin's intention, but the discourse on Dambabin, mainly by Patrick Cliff Fermor, produces and reproduces this narrative that idealizes the internal relations between the locals of Crete.
Okay, thank you. Just this, you have this idealized narrative, and then you said that at some point he talks about the thieves, the sheep thieves, some of whom end up to become German informants. So does he try somehow, I mean, how is this explained, or is it just information given like that, okay, some of them, they go bad, or does he try to somehow to integrate in his analysis this aspect that the same people who are these ideal supporters can, under circumstances, turn into informants for the enemy? Or is it not the same people? Is there something different that makes those particular efforts become German informants? Or is it something that could happen to everybody under specific circumstances? I mean, just in case that there is any indications about that. Maybe he does not talk.
Yeah, first of all, he gives us, let's say, an analysis on how ship stealing works in general. I didn't say a lot about it. Then he analyzes this mechanism on how the special conditions of war broke the ethical code of Jew stealing. This is why in a matter of a way, he implies that there was an economy of violence in normal conditions. There are some rules, some norms, how you steal. And because of the war, some of the Zeus ship stealers have broken this code, and these people are the most probable to become collaborators. The Zeus stealers who steal from orphans and widows, as he says. But this is a case of war. So it has this, more or less, we could do a comparison with the mechanism of listia, banditry in mainland Greece. Bandits in mainland Greece in the beginning of foreign occupation stop being social bandits in the degree they were and become just criminal bandits because of this complete breakup of political power. One could find an analogy there.
I have a second question. Does the Dambabin makes any distinction between the different regions of Crete and the local mentality? I mean, in Fielding's reports, not a book, I found a very strong elements of that. For example, in Chania, the question is who will be the leader of the resistance, of the British-led resistance. In Heraklion, the question is money. In Rethymnon, everything is controlled. And it reminded me what my father, who was a telecommunications superior in Crete, used to say, that in Chania, everybody was to be the head of a synergio. In Heraklion, everybody wanted to travel around to get extra money, ektos edras. And in Rethymnon, they had a very strong respect of hierarchy, and they were perfect, according to him. Okay. Does Babin write anything about that?
As far as I realized, no. I would say again that the notebook is incomplete. We have only 4 out of 10 chapters he wanted to write. In these 4 chapters that we have, he speaks on the mountains of, let's say, southern Crete and the Amari district. So we don't have this kind of large-scale discourse about the Cretan geography, let's say. And he doesn't speak at all about plains and towns. The distinction is that the free world of the mountains and the civilized and at the same time subjugated world of the plains and the towns.
So there is no question about Schubert and these groups, and but we don't know because he didn't accomplish the plan, fulfill the plan, and I don't remember. Just that's a factual question. Patrick Lefebvre, did he write everything something else about Crete than about this period than this discourse that you mentioned?
I don't think so.
He didn't. We don't have
no.
Another testimony.
There is his correspondence in the archive with letters, but not as far as I know.
But not the publication. Okay.
We have. I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. What we have the titles of the 10 chapters he wanted to write. We have the titles, but
if I may, all these agents, they produced, ekthesis documents, reports, they send it. And for Patrick Fermor, in some extent, these reports were published in English and in Greek, but it's the reports, it's not something afterwards. No, it's the same. Fielding also, he wrote, it was, and we have reports as well, and which are not published, but are very interesting. Hausman, others, lower ranks, from, unpublished, but they're existing. Yes, yes, but they're also, you know, it's abbreviated. You know, some parts are missing and things like that. Yes, yes, yes. There were officers of this. Another question. Any question?
So we stop here. As Athena Skoulariki will not come, I suggest that we begin a bit later also. In order to begin some time at, let's say at 4 o'clock. So what? Okay, I think 4 o'clock, we can say it was to 20 to 4. We can move it to 4, I guess. Or not? Okay. We shall be here at 4 o'clock, exactly. Thank you.
Yes, of course, it's bilingual, it's half of it is in English. This is the part.
Before this was published.
He was known because he was the chief of SOE and a lot of people referred to him. Captains, we have a lot of memoirs of captains like Baduvas. Was the chief. And his own account was published in 2015. Very late, very late. And it's very interesting because there's no history at all. Not only ancient history, there's no history of the 40s. It is ethnography.
Seems to be joy.
Yes. Because he survived. I think he was a very good historian who was forced to be.
what are University of Crete. So, to make it travail facile.
Okay, good afternoon. We'll start again for the last session of our workshop. We have two speakers this afternoon. The first one is Eleftheria Zei from the University of Crete. I'm not sure I have to introduce her longer here in Rethymno. And so I just stop and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to this meeting, very interesting meeting with a very interesting subject. I thank Nikos for the invitation, especially. Between approximately the 70s and 2009, the first decade of 2000, a fairly rich series of documents concerning the period of German occupation and the guerrilla movement of the resistance and the Cretan civil war in Crete were published in Crete and Athens. The text could be distinguished in texts that take the form of historical chronicles. I have put some titles here for you. And written by local intellectuals, with the exception of Kokovli, who is not Cretan, who comes from Samos. And in those that are entitled as memoirs or autobiographical texts, which constitute narratives often mixing archival with personal information. The latter's authors, not all of which were of Cretan origin, came from different intellectual and cultural backgrounds. Some were illiterate, some of them were illiterate and dictated their narratives, and most of them were edited by Andonis Sanoudakis, and came from different ideological or political campuses. The above two categories seem to offer two different, often contradictory narratives. Historical chronicles invent a mountain revolutionary continuum since the beginning of the 19th century and the revolution of 1821 up until the Civil War. While narratives of the second category describe an inside mountain warfare tradition based upon human networking and stock breeding social structures. Now, the first category. In the above historical chronicles, warfare action takes place mostly in the mountain airs, in the mountainous areas of Western Crete. The Lefka Ori, the plateau of Omalos, and the gorge of Samaria. You can see the arrows and the circles there. While the mountainous area of the eastern part of the island, that is the region of Psiloriti and the Lasithi Mountains in the eastern part, central and eastern part of the island, are less frequented by guerrillas, are said to be less frequented by guerrillas, and mainly during the German occupation. According to the above authors, warfare followed the exact same revolutionary map as referred to in the according to the above authors, warfare followed the exact same revolutionary map as referred to in the historiography concerning revolutionary mobilizations in the first half of 19th century, between 1821 and 1866 mainly, using the same supply zones, such as the villages at the foot of the Lefka Ori, Tahoriatis Rizas, The same mountain positions, the exact same passages and hideouts. This mountain revolutionary continuum in the above chronicles, reattaching 20th century guerrilla warfare to the early 19th century mountainous revolutionary geography, is contradicted by historiography. It is known that warfare geography had changed after the middle of the 19th century, when a gradual shift of the Christian populations from the highlands to the lowlands had taken place. The reasons were primarily economic: a significant reduction in animal breeding, especially sheep and goat breeding, and an expansion of agriculture. There were also political reasons. Up until the Convention of Aleppo, 1878, within the framework of the Tanzimat reforms, the political, social, and economic position of the Christian populations had strengthened, and Christians began to squeeze Muslim populations down in the lowlands and push them into the cities, increasingly gnawing away at their land holdings. During the last revolutionary movement of the island in 1996, the previous warfare networks seemed to have disintegrated, most of the old leaders having died or been killed in the previous revolutions, and a new society had emerged, which, even when it came from the old rural milieu, it had taken on new administrative and political roles that gradually led it to establish itself into the cities, Heraklion, Rethymnon, and Chania. The cities were turned into new administrative centers by the municipal law in 1867 that had dissipated the old revolutionary regions of the island. Besides road networks beginning to take shape on the island, bridges and other technological interventions in the natural landscape seemed to invade more and more the mountainous area. It is no coincidence that most of the revolutionary districts of 1866 do not appear in the sources in the 1896 revolutionary movement. If we exclude the cases of revolutionary centers that have been destroyed during wars such as Therisos, we could assume that around the end of the 19th century, the revolutionary geography had shifted from the mountains, while the revolutionary human gallery of the first half of the 19th century had also changed. Personal narratives, the second category of texts, on the other hand, describe a family system of human and space management organized in clans, identical to the Cretan livestock breeding system, the metato, which divided the mountain space in leftist families and villages supporting the guerrilla movements, and in right-wing villages and families supporting the nationalist forces, especially during the Civil War, both of which referring to their human networks as our people, Idikimas. This family system is said to have offered the main reservoir for 20th century mountain warfare in Crete. It contributed human forces, food supplies, even cooked meat, and ammunitions. And it often adapted the metato's economic activity to the war. For example, it started milk trafficking networks. And another example, interesting example, is the culture of potatoes in the position Poria east of the Samaria Gorge for the needs of the guerrillas. Moreover, the metato system offered the ideal infrastructure for clandestinity, as well as an ancient secret codified language. According to the above narratives, the whole clan was involved in the breeding business: brothers, uncles, first cousins, and second cousins. The leader of the metato was the oldest male, the patriarch of the family. Younger children usually performed the duties of shepherds, as it was often a matter of small livestock units that did not always have the possibility to take on outsiders outside the family milieu. These family breeding enterprises were connected to each other. The mountain metato, for example, of Anoia and Lasithi, brought their sheep to the villages of Monofazi in winter and grazed in their pastures while they watered in the fields of the village farmers. Those who owned the fields rented them to those who had the flocks. Sometimes they both shared or contributed in a proportion corresponding to the financial power of each. The sheep they put into the business, but the one who had the sheep usually paid for the shepherds and the damages. The owner of the winter farm, if indeed he put in the most animals, the biggest number of animals, received the income, the young lambs and the milk, usually the whole production, without participating in the expenses at all. These economic relations between mountain and lowland pasture led to other types of ties: marriages, spiritual kinships, favors, neighborhoods, and friendships between highland and lowland. For example, the families of Kalomirides and Spoki of the Anoia with the families of Konios in the plains, on the plains. Ties which functioned as mechanism of strong solidarity during warfare when members of the clans fought or were being hunted down in the mountains, but also of moral and political commitment during the Cretan Civil War in particular, when consciences and political loyalties were divided. Thus, the clan structure and concept of family expanded, very often tying together not only entire villages, but also entire regions, clusters of villages. The herdsman, the shepherd's system, was of capital importance, where the shepherds were members of the Mitatos clan or outsiders. Holders of the know-how of clandestinity, they formed the information network of the mountain. They were the experts of the difficult mountain morphology, katecharides. They knew the paths of the savage goats, τα φουριάρικα κατσίκια. But they also exploited economically 20th century warfare, thus contributing to the transformation of traditional pastorality into a modern economic and social milieu. Having bought or acquired through traditional contracts their own sheep, and having consequently acquired the capacity to negotiate new agreements, some during the German occupation and afterwards, some opened butcher shops or taverns in the cities, forming new outside the family clan circuit relations, as in the case of the shepherd Vasilis Konios during the German occupation. By launching a private business partnership with the Igoumenos, the abbot of the Agarothos monastery in the eastern Crete in Pediada, Konios drove the monks to sell their own sheep because they could not face up to the expenses. The monastery was left without a flock and withdrew from the livestock circuit, while the abbot started his own livestock business. Most of all, according to the above personal narratives, the Cretan Mitato was the main supplier of mountain warfare with arms, the headsmen, the shepherds, acting as bridges between arms trafficking and livestock rustling networks. Livestock rustling seems to be an important channel in these texts for forming networks of solidarity and protection with mountain warfare, among solidarity and protection among guerrillas, the gendarmerie, and the judicial authorities. Relations which seem to go back a long time, developing within the state and marking the transformations in the Cretan rural space after the Ottoman period at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. Although, for example, Baduvas, Manolis Baduvas, who was the chief leader of the forces, the armed forces in the eastern part of Crete and later the nationalist forces in the eastern part of Crete during the very short-lived civil war, claims the restoration to legitimacy of the above practices and networks. Narratives of less important leaders paint an altogether different picture. Baduvas confirms that the army in Crete had contributed to the drastic reduction of animal stealing in the countryside through special campaigns, and alas had taken strict measures against it. According to his narrative, Baduvas and Petrakoioris had called a gathering of the fugitive animal thieves of eastern Crete and had asked them to join the resistance. But who were the army in Crete, and how should we understand these campaigns of legitimacy? According to Konios' testimony, or to Kokovlis' observations, Konios is a testimony from the eastern part of Crete, Kokovlis from the western part of Crete during the Civil War. The Mitato clans applied a system of internal regulation of animal stealing used by the war leaders during the civil war. The oldest and most experienced shepherds or owners of herds played the role of sivastes, the ones who resolved animal stealing differences. This seems to have been the role of konios, as well as that of baduvas in the circuit of their regions, respectively. This role of arbitration would establish relations of solidarity between individuals of rival groups who used animal stealing as a means of undermining each other's infrastructure. In the same context were used the abductions of women, consolidating deeper implicit ties within this mountainous world, things they know about each other and won't say, or with which they tie each other, which the above texts describe in a coded, often emotional language of love and friendship. Finally, animal stealing served as a pretext for gathering information as shepherds and other groups that did not necessarily belong to the Mitato circuit, like the Maides, the armed nationalist villagers, were used as interrogators, that is, according to the Mitato system, as messengers who went around asking and looking for the stolen animals. But the essence of the revolutionary know-how is armed trafficking. Historiography has already pointed out that from the beginning of the 19th century, the Sfakia clans descended on Messara and smuggled arms and ammunition, exchanging them for wheat. Even Baduvas owns up to the fact that during the German occupation, barns of wheat and crypts in the mountains became depositories of weapons, accumulated, according to him, during previous movements or from the Asia Minor campaign, English or Italian hunting guns, machine guns, etc. The volume of arms kept appears to be so important that Baduvas declared to have resorted to the measure of their acquisition in order to cover them and protect them, he says. Weapons were again carried around by shepherds. Only recently, the Cretan family system of mountain warfare has been made an object of historical study through the exploration of both Greek and Ottoman sources, while it has been studied by anthropologists since at least the 80s. Herzfeld has done a lot of work upon this mountain clan system in Crete. A structure which relied upon kinship relations with inhabited space, a form of organization known from other mountain societies inside the Greek and Balkan space, for example, Suli, in the study of Vasopsimuli, or outside the Balkans, for example, the highlands of Scotland. According to 19th century local historiography, already since the Venetian period, the area of Sfakia is found organized in clans and male branches, clades, occupied with livestock breeding, the heads of which being the sons of the first ancestor, the first primogenitor. Each clade included blood relatives, in-laws, as well as individuals outside the family milieu, such as spiritual kin, domestic servants, and blood brothers, adelphopitus, all of which constituted an armed corps and occupied the whole village in such a way that the cluster of villages occupied by one clan, by the same clan, defined a particular space of property relations, land and cattle, and a particular space of military power, as well as the object of economic and political conflicts and claims between villages and clans. The heads of the clans appear in the Ottoman sources under the name of captains or chief captains. Spiropoulos, Yannis Spiropoulos, who is here in the audience, has helped a lot to clarify these things. Mandated by the Ottoman administration of the island to collect local taxes, captains and chief captains in Sfakia, for instance, became tax farmers in their areas of influence a little before the Greek Revolution of 1821. The political and economic areas of influence were very important as they were legitimized not only by the Ottoman administration, but also by the revolution itself. So important that they became the object of conflicts and alliances from which new leaders often started to emerge, while the previous ones were reduced in space and in power to the condition of rebels, Hainides. During the above conflicts, ancient modes of conflict management were applied. Practices of violence, such as murders of male members, cattle raids, women abductions, and practices of peaceful arrangements, economic agreements, or marital alliances between the opponents, both found in the Mediterranean feuds, the vedettes, under an emotional language, relations of hatred, revenge, love, and friendship. Conflicts and alliances in the mountains took place not only among Christians, but also among Muslims, or among Christians and Muslims, and I refer to the famous feud between Ali Daki Pasha and the villages of Sfakia, the captains of Sfakia. The latter representing nearly half, Muslims, representing nearly half of the island's population at the time of the revolution, according to sources of the period. Most of them being converted Christians, they presented a similar family structure of occupation, property, and exploitation of the mountain space, and later of the urban space also, the urban properties. I think that the systematical historical study of the above clan-structured, stock-breeding anatomy of Cretan warfare could offer a useful tool to the history of revolutions and their invented traditions. Cretan 19th century revolutionary movements in particular have long befallen victims of inventions, although sources of the time are quite eloquent if one takes the trouble to read behind the lines. They will help us to understand, for instance, who were the friends of the shepherds in the revolution of 1866, described by Hilarion Skinner in his narrative when he comes to Crete in 1866 to fight as a volunteer in the corps of Leonidas Petropoulakis. They will give us new insight in those obscure political alliances in the countryside to which Ioannis Angelakis refers in his memoirs, or in the Blood Brothers movement of 1878, which marks the end of the older revolutionary networks according to Stavrinidis, an important local historian. And above all, I think that they could shed new light on the construction of the revolutionary tradition of the mountain space, fed, perhaps unwittingly, by interpretative theories such as that of the primitive revolution in Hobsbawm's work, or that of a tradition of mutiny proper of the mountains in Damianakos' works. Thank you very much.
Very much, Lefteria. We have time for questions and comments.
Thank you, Lefteria. This was fascinating. And I think, that many of the issues that were raised in the first panel, the first and second panel, are finding now new input, let's say. So it's, for me as an outsider, this is really fascinating, and it makes me think. Anyway, I wanted to ask, because I somehow did not understand. So what happens then in the during the occupation and civil war? So you have shown that the way that this mountain warfare tradition is discussed in the chronicles is something, is an idealized and nationalized narrative, evidently, and that is contradicted by personal histories. So what?
What's the contradiction?
No, I think yes, or what's happening, what is happening, or what do you see as the main difference or
Yes.
the importance?
Well, historical chronicles describe battles in the mountains, skirmishes and battles in the mountains, taking the trouble to show that they were set at the exact same positions of the old revolutionary movements, especially of the revolution of 1821 and the revolution of 1866, which were the biggest and most important revolutionary movements on the island. So that means that the same geography holds the revolutionary memory up until the Civil War. The Civil War is contested. The idea of the Civil War is contested in Crete because it lasted a very short time, a particularly short time in the Eastern Crete. It lasted more, about, I don't know, 8-9 months in the western part of the Crete, and ended with the Battle of Samaria, where the guerrillas were massacred by the nationalist forces. Of course, the eastern part, the Eastern Crete, was dominated by Baduva, the forces of Baduvas, who was a very strong and very influential leader of the nationalist forces. And it seems that after the death of Badias, after the death, Pavla murder, murder of Badias, it seems that the Civil War ended completely, was completely extinguished in the eastern part of the island. This is the narrative of the historical chronicles, which is as if the resistance and the Civil War is a natural continuation of the 19th century revolutionary acts and movements. The personal narratives, without really, abolishing this idea of revolutionary conscience and revolutionary not continuity, but this revolutionary climate, ambience, spirit, exactly, spirit, they show an internal picture. They show the internal structure of these forces, and which aren't quite as revolutionary and heroic as they are shown in the historical chronicles. They don't stress the point of the geography. They don't stress the point of the geography. And they don't deal with battles. They don't deal with battles. They deal with networks, human networking, smuggling arms, smuggling forces, hiding people, telling on people and giving them over to the enemy. So they deal with a much more, how can we say, a much more intricate internal picture.
You mentioned, by the way, that the revolution, revolt, whatever can be called, of 1878 was a rupture with earlier networks and traditions, etc.
Yes, after yes, after the 1878.
What exactly was the case? What is this change consisted of?
Yes, they changed. They moved from the mountains to the lowlands, and forces, even armed forces, moved from the mountains to the lowlands. This Brotherhood's revolution, the Blood Brothers movement in 1878, was in the plain. Took place in the plain. They moved from the mountains to the plains, to the lowlands, and into the cities, of course, but mostly because the Christians started to occupy the lowlands, to go down, to move down to the lowlands and the cities. And also, old leaders had died or had been killed in the revolutions. New leaders had emerged. who had quite a different organization of the space. And of course, who were also involved in political struggles inside the cities, because new political organs were created by the Tanzimat reforms, by the Aleppo Convention, and the Tanzimat reforms on the island. So they were also involved in political movements in the city. This is the big change, I think. The big change that interests me here is the movement from the mountains to the lowlands.
Let's say thank you so much for this wonderful synthesis. On that point, the move from the mountains to the cities up to the middle of the 19th century, it's a very general pattern.
Yes.
All around the Mediterranean.
Yes,
and even
exactly.
the Black Sea. And it's linked to economic/climatic reasons.
Yes.
So do you think that's something, it belongs to this general, probably this general move, who has to do with as well with the can I say the privatization of lands as well, probably.
It can be the reason. I think that there are more reasons than one. And in Crete, there are also very local transformations that happened. A change of hands between landholders, a transformation of the pastoral system, privatization also in a way, in a more modern concept of privatization, political transformations on the island, political transformations between Ottomans and Muslims. I think there are many reasons for this shift from the mountains to the lowlands. To the lowlands and to the cities, but the thing that interests us here is the movement from the mountains to the lowlands, to the plains, Not in use. Well, it's difficult. Yes. It's difficult to say. What do we mean by lands not in use? Lands that are left without cultivation. But on an island, even if Crete is a big island, on an island, it's very difficult to find lands that are not in use. If they are not cultivated, they are left to pasture. Yes.
After the middle of the 19th century, these lands start being cultivated a bit. For instance, in the plain of Samsun that I know very well. So you have a population movement from
Yes.
from the mountains towards.
Yes,
the-
there is a
the-
regression of stock breeding.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And if there is, yes, a regression of stock breeding, yes, pastures start to be cultivated.
Yeah.
So in this, from this point of view, the cultivated land expands at the expense of pastures.
Okay.
I would say so, but I'm not,
Okay, well,
I can't say for sure.
in private.
Now the questions.
We know from bibliography from Perakis was that he says that there is an oversupply of land in the 19th century due to the Muslim
Yes,
evacuation.
regression in the
Yes.
cities, yes.
Yes, so I think a key to see, you know, the role, if you want, the economic and finally the political role of captains like that, it's as, I don't know how to say it, managers of this transfer of land. We find it in the sources.
Yes,
We
yes.
find it, but Duvas said it explicitly. We chase the Turks, so we
We get
yeah,
their
they
lands.
sell- yes,
We get
and-
their lands.
Yes.
Yes.
And also the rich ones can come to me for protection, so they can sell their land in a logical price and all that.
Yes, yes.
I
this
think
is-
what we can make an hypothesis that this movement from the mountains to the land goes with this process. I find it elsewhere also. In Kisamos, my region, yeah, and
Yes.
Kalidis says in the peaceful times, a biography which is very, you know, idealized for him. It says that in the peaceful times, he dealt with, he sell land and he bought land and he was, what's the lena? Messazon.
Yes, yes,
An
yes, yes.
intermediary so that the Muslims can sell the land and not
Yes,
just take it
yes.
away.
Yes, yes.
So there is some networks there, but it's very difficult to find.
Yes, yes, I'm sure there is because they have protection networks, not only between Christians, but between Christians and Muslims. We know that, for example, recently there has appeared in Greek the work of Herzfeld, Michael Herzfeld, the biography, the ethnographic biography of Nenedakis. And the father of Nenedakis, Andreas Nenedakis, who is called a captain. He's not a captain really because he doesn't take part. He doesn't seem to have taken part in these struggles, but he's called captain by his compatriots. The father of Nenedakis was acting as an intermediary between Muslims of Rethymno and the region of Rethymno and Christians at the time of the exchange of populations after the 1922. He was acting as intermediary between them. So
Okay. Thank you once again, Maria.
thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Give me a second.
Next and last
Surprise.
speaker. You know.
The one that carries the microphone.
You have the
Thank you. I would like to thank Alexander and Nikos for the invitation and Tassos for his support and assistance in this presentation. In early 2023, I came across a book about a relatively unknown Cretan Makedonomachos, that is fighter for or into Macedonia, named Georgios Peros or Perakis. The book, with a characteristic title, The Sfakian Makedonomachos Georgios Stavru Peros 1878-1912, was published in Hania in 2019 and is written by two authors, Georgios Kalogerakis and Manos Oschiotakis, a compatriot of our hero and initiator of the publication. Among other things, it includes a text which, according to the authors, is the diary of Peros' actions during the Macedonian struggle. I then purchased the book as a future investment over a period and a topic of which I was largely uninformed, although I would soon have to deal with it. When Nikos proposed me to participate in the workshop, I thought that this small investment could start to pay off. The case of the diary of a Makedonomachos from Sfakia, one of the most distinctive figures of a Cretan irregular rebel bandit of the early 20th century, seemed to fit the Cretan dimension of political banditry that the meeting wanted to explore. Moreover, the presentation of a relatively unknown person and, more importantly, a virtually unknown text gave some guarantees of originality. Or that is what I thought was the case. The course of the research was to show, as so often happens, that things are more complex than the researcher initially estimates. In our case, the complications that arose call into question the very relevance of the presentation to two key aspects of the workshop's overall theme, which are the extent to which the writings in the aforementioned diary can be described as political banditry, and even the extent to which this text constitutes an ego document. Since these revelations came too late to alter my main source and therefore the theme of the presentation, and since I prefer the embarrassment of delivering a slightly out of context presentation to that of a non-existent one, you will inevitably have to endure the adventures of George Peros and his diary. Enough, however, with my own ego history. It's time to meet our hero. The main source I have concerning Peros' life is the aforementioned book. Kalogerakis and Chiotakis informs us that he was born in 1878 in the village of Asfendou, near Askifu, in the province of Sfakia. He was a literate man and from a young age was engaged in trade. He traded in Syros and Alexandria, and apparently his business did quite well. His involvement with the Macedonian struggle took place in early 1903 when he met Pavlos Melas through Georgios Tsontos. This was to be the start of a very close relationship between Peros and Melas that lasted at least till early summer of 1904. The next year and a half or so during which he was regularly active in Macedonia is the most well-documented period of his life, for which we have several traces of him, mainly in the form of letters, as well as references in the testimonies of third parties, in correspondence and memoirs. This is the period of time to which the text we use here refers. No. Yes, here. Peros appears to be a member of the first Cretan expedition to Macedonia in May 1903, where he alone of the four companions, the other three being the also Cretans Ευθύμιος Kaoudis, Lambrinos Vranas, and George Dikonymos, manages to reach Monastiri and Kastoria. He meets with Theon Dragoumis and Germanos Karavangelis and circulates correspondence among them as well as with Athens. Immediately afterwards, he joined along with his companions from the first mission, the first armed band of 10 Cretans sent to Macedonia in June, a few weeks prior to Ilidan uprising, and was active there until the end of August 1903. After his return, there is a rest period of a few months. This was followed by his participation, along with Kaoudis and Dikonymos, as the servant of Pavlos Melas in the expedition of 4 Greek officers, Alexandros Kondoulis, Anastasios Papoulas, George Kolokotronis, and Pavlos Melas, who toured Western Macedonia in the spring of 1904 in order to assess the prospects of a more intimate and organized Greek intervention there. At the end of this expedition, Peros' participation in the Macedonian struggle seems to come to an end, as nowhere in the sources does any mention of his return to Macedonia after the summer of 1904 appears. Nowhere except in his diary. This informs us of another trip of Peros during the autumn of the same year as a member of Pavlos Melas' band. In this capacity, Peros places himself next to Melas at the time of his death. The exit of Peros from the forefront limits once again the information available about him. He probably returns to his commercial activities, most likely successfully. In 1907, he seems to have been able to finance the renovation of the small church of Agia Zoni and built an imposing house at Nomikiana, Sfakia, where his commercial activities are now based. His comeback and the consequent increase in the information we have about him will occur no longer in the context of the Macedonian struggle, but in that of the First Balkan War. Peros appears to have equipped and financed, which is an indirect testimony to his good financial standing, as a corps of irregular fighters fighting alongside regular troops of the Greek army. In late 1912, he participated in the operations of the capture of Chios Island. He was killed near the village of Lithi on November 28th. These are more or less the basic information about Peros' life that I managed to find. What about his diary, though? What do we know about it? It has already been mentioned that the text was located in the book of Kalogerakis and Chiotakis. The authors tell us that it is a transcription of a manuscript consisted of 172 pages, which lies in the Perakis family archive. They attribute it to George Peros, and they describe it as the diary of his deeds during the Macedonian struggle. The manuscript itself, though, seems to be unsigned, untitled, and undated. How does then its title and genre derive? The authors associate the manuscript to Peros based on the comparison of its handwriting to the one to be found in the letter he sent to George Tsondos. Apart from that, they associate it to an empty cover also lying in the family archive, which bears the title Georgiou Stavru Peru, Diary of the Macedonian Struggle, 1903-1904. Yet, the date in the title is transcribed incorrectly as 1903-1909, even though the correct date is clearly displayed in the photo of the cover which they published, this photo. The mistake allows them to claim that Peros was in Macedonia up until more or less 1909. This inconsistency highlights the main problem that hampers this presentation, which is the fact that not having visited the Perakis family, I have not seen the archive or, of course, the cover and the manuscript. I haven't, that is to say, cross-examined the claims of Kalogerakis Chiotakis to the actual material they refer to. How could then I know that the information taken from the two authors concerning the manuscript are reliable? How could I even know that there is a manuscript at all? The gravity of this shortcoming will increase as things start to get complicated. The most interesting information that the authors give us in relation to the text is the fact that they are not the first to publish it. A first version of it was published in 2005 by Yannis Mandakas in a book titled Macedonian Struggle 1903-1908, where the text is styled as Diary of an Unknown. This information reshapes our view not only on the insistence of Kalogerakis Chiotakis to identify the anonymous and undated manuscript with Georgios Peros, but also on the whole publishing project of the 2019 edition. The Perakis family, apart from providing material from its archive, actively participated in the publication of the book. What concerns us most here, though, is what these two variants of the text tell us about the actual existence of the manuscript as the original source for both of these. The two texts are close to be identical, yet differences do exist. These differences very often have to do with innocent misreadings of the primary source, something that points to a handwritten text. In some occasions, though, the differences reveal a diverse approach concerning the text transcription. In the 2005 edition, we observe a systematic effort of corrective intervention, both in terms of spelling and syntax. Kalogerakis and Chiotakis meaningfully note that in their transcription, the spelling and syntax of the original is maintained, as well as on the content itself, ranging from the harmless quotation of the full names of the persons mentioned to the change of dates in order to be in line with the correct historical sequence. Most importantly, passages that are omitted in one variant are to be found in the other. Here again, the problem mainly has to do with the 2005 version, but it can also be traced in that of Kalogerakis and Chiotakis. Even though there is no room for definite conclusions, since I have not seen myself the material under question, the way the two versions of the text interact, especially taking into account the urge of Kalogerakis and Chiotakis to associate it to Peros, shows that the manuscript they are talking about does exist, is the source used by both publications, and most importantly, belongs to our hero. Why is that so important, though? Why do we insist so much here on this question? The reason is that even though the manuscript of the Perakis family seems to be the original text for both the published variants of 2005 and 2019, it is not the original text of the story that it narrates. As a matter of fact, it is a handwritten copy of another printed text of the early 20th century. In late 1900s or early 1910s, probably in 1909, a book of almost 2,000 pages was published under the title Captain Poulakas, The Whole Macedonian Struggle, etc. It was signed by Stamatis Raptis, an associate of the newspaper Embros, and its owner and chief editor, Dimitrios Kalapothakis. The book was attempting to narrate the story of the events, heroes, battles, crimes, etc. of the Macedonian struggle that had just ended after the Young Turk Revolution in the summer of 1908. In fact, it was more or less a compilation of more than 300 brochures of the same subject, which Raptis was circulating back then on a daily basis. In its first two chapters, about 253 pages, we find the story of the early days of the Macedonian struggle from the spring of 1903 until the death of Pavlos Melas in the autumn of 1904. The narrative is not continuous, and each chapter is divided into sections which recount fairly autonomous episodes. On top of that, the story begins from the end, at the village of Prekopana, nowadays Perikopi Florinas, just a few weeks before Melas' death. The first chapter will continue with the events that will lead to the fateful encounter of the band with the Ottoman army at Statista, Melas Florina nowadays, leaving the account of the preceding incidents for the second chapter. Chapter 2 uses the dramatic events of Melas' death as a starting point to illustrate his great contribution in laying the foundations of the Macedonian struggle. It goes back to the spring of 1903 and follows the events up to the eve of the skirmish in Statista in the autumn of 1904. It is there that Peros' activity makes an important part of Raptis' narrative, since it includes all three missions to Macedonia in which he was a central figure. That is the dispatch of him and his three compatriots in May 1903, the first armed band of Cretans in the summer of the same year, and his engagement to the mission of the 4 Greek officers in spring 1904 as the servant of Melas. The most problematic part of the narrative is the one that follows the abrupt cut that Raptis kept for the account of this last mission in which Peros participates. It describes the formation of the Greek Macedonian Committee, which happened in May, and the preparation of the mission of the bands of Pavlos Melas and Efthimis Kaoudis to Macedonia, which took place in late summer 1904. Yet, what we get here is the story of the aborted mission of the band of Leonidas Papamalekos, which is totally out of context
since it happened a year earlier in late summer 1903. The narrative goes on with the recruitment of Efthymis Kaoudis and the adventures of his band. The chapter ends with the encounter of Kaoudis' band against the bands of Mitros Vlachos and Atanas Karsakov at Ostima, Trigon of Florinas, on September 18, 1904. Raptis is particularly dramatic and expressive in the ways he writes, but his commitment to historical accuracy is rather loose. It is more than the incident with Papamalekos. We can find several other instances that the poetic vigor is imposed on facts. The live description of the supposed fight between the band of the 10 Cretans and the band of Vasil Tsakalarov at Cyrilovo Monastery in June 1903 is not to be found anywhere else apart, of course, from Peros' manuscript. The account of the burial of the chopped head of Pavlos Melas is another such instance where the eloquence and the lyricism of the extensive narrative reach almost metaphysical heights. The way, on the other hand, he abruptly closes the account of the mission of the 4 Greek officers, which took place in the spring of 1904, has nothing poetic in it. It just omits the bad conclusion which this mission had, due to the intense disagreement of its leaders concerning the course of action which should be followed on the Macedonian question, let alone the suspicious arrest of Captain Kotes, right after a fight he had with the 3 Cretans, with Peros being one of them, that had remained in Macedonia attached to him after the departure of their bosses. The significance of Kotes is that he is one of the 2 great chieftains that were holding the Greek Macedonian organization back in the day. So his arrest was a great blow in this organization. This lack of accuracy does not derive from any lack of sources. Raptis is extremely well informed on the events he describes and has access to official, often confidential documents of the Greek Macedonian apparatus. For instance, Captain Volani's report on the circumstances of Melas' death, which is just one of many such documents. How does he get this information? The relation to Kalapothakis, who among other things became the first president of the Greek Macedonian Committee, and his newspaper might provide a convincing explanation. This relation could give him access to both documentation and people who could share their stories with him, both orally or written. It is known that Kalapothakis was very eager to accumulate any kind of notes produced by members of the Greek bands in Macedonia for use in his newspaper. This is more or less the text which constitutes the primary source Peros copies by hand. What does copy mean, though? Or how do we even know that this is the case and not vice versa? And most importantly, how do we comment on such a text in the context of this workshop? Let's try to give some answers. When we talk of a copy, do we mean an exact reproduction? Not quite. Peros' manuscript, the way it comes to us through the Kalogerakis-Chiotakis book, but also through Madakas, partly reproduces, partly makes a summary of, often a very brief one, and partly completely omits sections of Raptis text. In other words, we essentially have an edition of the text on the part of Peros. The parts that are copied are all but identical. We can see the same exact words formatting the same narrative which closely follows the main sections of Raptis' version. These parts are extensive. They cover probably near half of the length of Raptis' text. How do we know, though, that it was not Raptis who copied Peros? The answer lies in the parts that are abbreviated. In general, Raptis is more detailed than Peros. The instances that the latter give us information are not to be found in Raptis are extremely rare. The pattern, on the contrary, is that a few lines, a couple of paragraphs, or even several pages of Raptis' version are squeezed in a couple of sentences. This intervention usually just skips the details of the story, often a quite amount of details, and does not alter its basic track, with some exceptions, of course. The same applies more or less on the parts that are completely omitted. It is precisely the existence of these sentences summarizing Rapti's more extensive narrative, which shows that it is Peros who is copying from him and not vice versa. Having said this, we have eventually to discuss about the elephant in the room, which is how does a text like this fit a workshop like the one we are participating here? How does it have anything to do with political banditry, much more so as an ego document? At first glance, Peros' text cannot possibly fit in either of these two preconditions. The heavy abbreviations, for instance, made in Rapti's variant caused, as a byproduct, the wiping out of most of whatever information on the everyday life and action of the bands and their members existed in it. Peros, as a rule, does not refer to the way he and his comrades or even enemies worked, marched, slept, ate, and most importantly, fought, tortured, killed, or died, even if Raptis has extensive accounts on these matters. The main outcome of these abbreviations, apart from some problems on the text's internal coherence, is a content which feels strangely modern in terms of the sterilized and politically correct manner that we are nowadays accustomed when coming across official reports of ongoing conflicts, which are reports that are not very inclined into going deep in the realities of the lives of bandits, guerrillas, rebels. Even this, though, does not count for much if we think of the standing of Peros' manuscript as an ego document. By now, it must have been more than apparent that it does not represent any kind of diary. We do not even need Rapti's text to understand that. The script does not look like one, and after all, we know that Peros did keep a diary, which could not possibly be the text at hand. Peros' actual diary, probably composed before the end of 1904, must have ended at the hands of some official from the Greek government or the Greek Macedonian Committee, perhaps making part of Kalapothakis' collection, as a certain page of an unidentified report praising the conduct of Peros in Macedonia leads me to believe. This page, before being used as a blank paper for writing the report, seems to be the first page of some kind of draft for a book, as the existence of demarcation lines on it imply, with the following title crossed out in a distinctive manner. Diary of Georgios Perakis or Peros in the Macedonian struggle during 1903, and then it changes from May 1903 to July 1904. Most probably, the title was written by Peros himself. The best chance we have to give Peros' copy of Rapti's text some credit of originality is to presume that the lost diary constitutes part of the sources Raptis used, which could be the case considering Rapti's relationship to Kalapothakis and his newspaper. But even this is a very uncertain speculation, at least for now. So again, how does a text like this fit in this workshop? Even now, my best excuse for bringing it before you is what has been already implied at the beginning of this presentation. The revelations concerning Rapti's text simply came too late to change the subject. I could add that these revelations are a proof for the existence of some solid research supporting this paper, or even that, after all, the story of the adventures of the text and its editions are in itself quite intriguing and relevant, at least to a part of the program's interests, according to the questionnaire we were given. This kind of argumentation could make for a decent conclusion of my speech. Yet, I'm not going to release you yet. I feel there is something more than that here. Taking some distance from both the stories of Peros and his text, and observing it from an ego history point of view, I think that what we have here in front of us is an exceptional and quite rare case of self-reference. If the remarks made above are correct, and I have every reason to believe that this is the case, Peros read Raptis printed text and took the trouble to copy it by hand in no less than 172 pages. Copy it, not respond to it, as one might expect. Copy it and edit it, thus make it his own. He omits things, he abbreviates things. Most importantly, he changes the course of the narrative. In Peros' variant, unlike Raptis' text, the story starts from the beginning, which is the spring of 1903. And of course, he decides to place himself in Melas' band during the autumn of 1904, when nowhere in the sources, including Raptis himself, such a reference exists. Peros is meticulous enough even to include and accordingly alter the official report of George Volanis in order to put himself by the side of the icon of the Macedonian struggle in his final moments. What he achieves by that, consciously or not, I do not know, apart from promoting himself through the projection of his close relationship with Melas, is the alteration of the object of the narrative. Raptis' version tells the story of the building up of the Macedonian struggle mainly through the narration of Melas' action. The story of Peros is just a part, no matter how important, into this broader context. In Peros' version, the object of the narrative is himself, or more accurately, his intimate relationship to Melas, which had broken down in the summer of 1904 over Peros' role in the arrest and extermination of Caucasus. The subsequent symbolic restoration of this relationship seems to be Peros' main concern, and this is what makes his manuscript a personal story, no matter how heavily it copies from Raptis' text. This restoration relies mainly on the reversal of the timeline of the narrative, along with the strategic pruning of Raptis' version, rather than the inclusion of himself within the events of the autumn of 1904. Having all this in mind, there seems to be more ego history in Peros' manuscript than originally thought. What about political banditry, though? Is there any of it to be found here? I think there is. The very effort to highlight and symbolically restore the traumatized relationship between Peros and Melas points to that direction. After all, Peros never stopped cultivating his relationship with Melas and Dragoumis families, which was founded on his successful mission to Macedonia in the spring of 1903. The endurance of this relationship is apparent in a letter of his mother to Stephanos Dragoumis in order to thank him for the condolences he offered her after the death of her son in 1912. On the other hand, Peros' manuscript gives us a rare example of the impact that the official or semi-official, in this case, discourse over the Macedonian struggle could have. By extensively copying Raptis, Peros virtually accepts a great deal of the stylized and top-down glorification of the struggle and its participants and appropriates it. In essence, he accepts and adopts the image created for him by a stranger, and apparently he is content with it. I do not think that the main reason for that has to do with satisfying his vanity. It is another quality of Raptis' text that I hold more important. That quality is discretion. The fact that it thoroughly conceals the internal strife between the main figures of the Macedonian struggle, who are always presented as magnanimous, heroic, and harmoniously cooperating with each other. In particular, the hiding of the crucial events of late spring, early summer 1904 surrounding the disagreement of the Greek officers and especially the arrest of Caucasus. This idealized image is adopted by Peros as it gives him the opportunity to pursue the symbolic restoration of his relationship with Melas and thus compensate for his early retirement from the Macedonian struggle. At this point, the presentation has to be eventually concluded. That doesn't mean, of course, that we've managed to cope with our subject adequately. Quite the opposite is the case. It is enough to consider how unusual a case of Makedonomachos Peros has been, a relatively educated, wealthy merchant who was at least as capable in arms as his comrades, a man in no need, at least a dire one, of the financial support which was given to the members of the Greek Macedonian bands, nor in need of any kind of employment or income support in the intervals between the successive missions to Macedonia. He had his own businesses to attend, and to these businesses he was always returning. A broader context to that of this presentation is needed if we want to properly utilize the aforementioned material. What is sure, though, is that George Peros was an extraordinary case of a bandit. No wonder he left us an extraordinary piece of a document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostas, for this very living paper. And, yes, and I think you increased the number of borderline case studies in this project, but in itself, it's very interesting, and I think it's it opens perspectives and questions for the project. So thank you very much. Don't move. I will take the microphone and I... No.
Thank you, Kostas, for this very elucidating and attentive analysis of the document you presented. My first question is there any possibility, hearing you is that I thought it, that Peros had already narrated his story to Raptis and used the Raptis narrative as some kind of a transcription of his own narrative, altering it where it did not fit it very well to him.
Well,
and the second one, yes, to reappropriate. And the second question is about his what you just said at the end, his implication to the struggle up to his rift with Melas because of Kotas' arrest, delivery to the Ottomans. And hasn't, maybe, my question is, has any, in a situation where Crete is going sooner or later to integrate Greece, to be part of the Greek kingdom, cultivated relations with such a powerful center of informal but very powerful of Central Athens, that is the Dragoumis Melas network, is not a motive by itself for a peripheral merchant.
Okay. The first question. Yes, there is that possibility, of course, but I don't think that is the case. I think that Peros never spoke to Raptis. And I think that because of the incident, the description of the incident at Cyrilovo. Raptis, and then Peros reproduces in his so-called diary, talks about a fight that occurs at the monastery between the band of 10 Cretans that arrived there and were dueled by the abbot of the monastery, and the band of Vasil Tsakalarov, who was at the village of Cyrilovo and threatened the abbot because the monastery of Cyrilovo was a center for the Greek Macedonian apparatus. So in these texts, the threat was realized and Tsakalarov attacked the monastery which was defended by the band of 10 Cretans. At the end of this skirmish, Vangelis Strebeniotis appears and hits Tsakalarov from behind, and that is the way the two bands connected. The band of the 10 Cretans were subjected to Strebeniotis and operated for the next 2 months as part of his band. This is nowhere to be found. Okay, nowhere. The only remark we have that Tsakalarov was actually in Cyrilovo village when the band came at the monastery is at a report that Peros made after the death of Melas, late 1904, that tells that about the events that he participated, telling that we arrived at Cyrilovo Monastery, we learned that Tsakalarov was at Cyrilovo village, that he threatened the abbot, but then he left. Okay, I think that Raptis took that from that report and enriched it. That is my speculation, but I cannot be sure. Now, concerning the second question. Okay. The real interesting question is not if Peros wanted to be related with Dragoumis families and Melas families. Everybody wanted to be related with Dragoumis families and Melas family. Everyone through Tsondos, the clientage goes like this. Melas, Tsondos finds these persons on the account of Dragoumis family and Melas. The interesting part is why Dragoumis family keep asking, keep this relationship with Peros. That is the interesting part. I do not have an answer, to be perfectly honest. I know though that I have implied it here. I know though that Peros was an anti-Venizelist even back then. Okay. As the Konimos were, as Kaoudis were, as a great bunch, as Karavitis were, as a great bunch of Makedonomachi that were put into business through this network. At the narrative of the Papamalekos aborted mission, there is an instance that Georgios Tsondos proposed him to go find Peros, who would allegedly in 1904 still be in Macedonia. And Papamalekos declines, telling that he could cooperate just with Klidis. Both Papamalekos and Klidis are one of the few back in the day Venizelos supporters in Crete. Here Papamalekos is in Therissos, which he makes an advertisement of his small band. Here it says Zito Ienosis, help for union. Leonidas Papamalekos of some village, I don't remember the village of Papamalekos, and his cousins. Okay, so I think this has to do with the role Peros played in Crete on behalf of Dragoumis family. At a part of Kalogerakis and Chiotakis' book, there is a quotation of Kostas Klidis' book on his ancestor Stelianos Klidis, that says that actually Peros tried to enroll Stelios Klidis to the clientage apparatus of Dragumi's family, and he declined. If I answered, yes. In Natalia's Melas book, he shows a lot of affection to Peros, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Costa, you choose a very well heuristic and interesting approach. I mean,
No, I didn't choose anything. It just happened by chance. Completely.
No, not by chance. I mean, it's a matter of well, methodological approach. So you choose to, kind of in reverse approach, starting from, let's say, the last production, and then backwards to the main sources that may just have inspired or not this book, which somehow goes beyond what Nikos said this morning. I mean, the conflictual relation between public history and memories. You see, textual construction shows that, well, there is something else. That cannot be restrained to these antagonistic relation between history and memories. Well, it's at least the way I'm reading your presentation. So thanks for it.
Thank you. What makes of an interest here, I think, is the way the official, the top-down narrative affects the small scale, affects not the memory, not only the memory, the organization of the private narratives, even the private narratives of persons that were the actual perpetrators of these stories. I mean, it is an adaptation. It is an adaptation, and this adaptation is an adaptation to the new circumstances. This is the way I see it, and this was the interesting part, the part that intrigued me after the shock I had when I found Rapti's text. I stopped doing anything with this presentation for 10 days. I didn't know how to manage it. No, but after taking some distance, I think that this is an interesting and I think a very rare specimen of this kind of reaction. Of course, having in mind that there's actually, I still have it in the back of my head, there is actually, this manuscript does exist. I came to contact with the authors and I was promised to get a copy of the of the manuscript, but I haven't yet received it. So there is this possibility that all this presentation is just a crap. But
Costa, you see, even if you don't find the original source, it doesn't matter because you show how distortions change all the text and make them bound each other, and that's probably the main thing. Yeah.
Thank you. It was fascinating. And I'm trying to figure it out somehow. Something that I didn't really understand, or perhaps it passed me by. So the Kostas Stamatis Raptis's text is what? Is it a novel? Is it a history? Is it, I mean, if I understand correctly, it's a larger thing. And the so-called Peros diary is only part of it. Okay, so what kind of narrative is that by Raptis? That would be my first question. The second one is how this part is included or is presented within the text of Raptis, the narrative of Raptis, as the diary of somebody, or so I would like to understand more that. And then what I find, well, it really, I don't know, I mean, it really blows my mind, is how Peros, because, okay, there is also this, handwritten thing that Ημερολόγιον Peru. So it seems that at some point he wanted to write an ημερολόγιο, or how this page relates to the rest of the manuscript that you have not yet seen, of course. And you said that the editors claimed that it is written by Peros because they made the comparison of the handwriting. So, okay, let's say that they are right. Then you have this page, which says ημερολόγιο Οριού Περού, Περάκι. But are you sure that this is the handwriting of Peros? I mean, this is another. So, okay, a cluster of questions is about Raptis. My other cluster of questions have to do with Peros's text. So, is this written by Peros? This would be my first question. The second question is what did this person really had at some point written a diary, or that ended up with Kalpothakis, for example, or wanted to write a diary, whatever, and then ended up copying from Raptis instead of, let's say, doing something that would appear more, let's say, no, rational, let's say, to copy from Raptis, to use Raptis to write a memoir, for instance, or to write a memoir on the first place in order to place himself near Pavlos Melas or something that is the easiest option, no? To write a fictive or a semi-fictive memoir. And instead he copies that. Okay, mind blowing.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. Don't give the microphone yet, because I will need you to guide me to the questions again. Okay, so first thing first, is this the handwriting of Peros? I think yes, I'm not quite sure, because this is a calligraphic writing. Peros could do this because he attended high school. Okay, so yes, he could write in calligraphy, and yet be quite not correct in spelling. Let's see, is that? What is that? It doesn't matter. As you can see, το διαζευκτικό is with
O and I, Omicron Iota, instead of Eta. So yes,
Numerology.
okay. And
But yes,
yes.
but
So
why would he say Peraki Iperu for himself?
because back in the day, the names are not yet standardized, and of course, and yes.
That is true, but would you talk about yourself like that?
A Cretan even now would skip the Akis. And of course, for those of us that do not have an Akis in their surname, we are very proud of that. Yes. Anyway, so I speculate that yes, I have seen the actual handwriting of Peros. It is published in Kalogerakis and Chiotakis' book in many instances. Unfortunately, not even one page of the manuscript. That is my main problem. But we have the publication of images of his correspondence to Tsondos. So I think that this is his handwriting. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is his handwriting in a more eloquent way. Now, do we know that he had written a diary? Yes, we know it because in the aforementioned report he made to the Dragoumis family, he clearly says that. So that you have details on this subject from the diary that I kept, that is probably at their hand. What else, please?
No, okay. I mean, let's stay here. In that
Raptors,
case,
Raptors, how it is, yes. The text that in Kalogerakis, Chiotakis, and Madakas versions is titled as Diary of an Unknown or of Peros, is the story that covers the first 253 pages of the 2,000 pages book of Raptors. And it doesn't, it is not showcased as any kind of diary. In Raptis variant, it is much larger. In I think it is, yes, more than double than the one we are presented in the Kalogerakis and Chiotakis and Madakas. So yes, what does Raptis write? I think in his from his point of view is the story of Macedonian struggle. From our point of view, it could be considered as a novel, because it is very dramatic, it is very intense, it is quite inaccurate. So it could be some kind of historical novel, we could consider it. But I think Raptis wanted to give the dramatized, very inclined for newspaper readers story of the Macedonian struggle. Yes, I don't know if I have answered everything, please.
No, it's fine. I mean, could you consider the case that this was actually the diary of Peros that Raptis used as material for his work, and embellished and changed and enlarged. And then Peros yes, which was a common practice. And then Peros reappropriated and also rewrote the diary that he had given to Kalapothakis, for instance, or to whomever he had given it. So he rewrote it not from memory, but by copying, and amending it, of course.
Yes, I do not think that is the case. Because, and as I explained earlier, I do not think that Peros met Raptis.
I cannot be sure for that, but I do not think that these two were brought together. I am pretty sure that the diary, along with the report of Peros, were used by Raptis. I'm quite convinced. I sense that Raptis used other stuff from other captains and members of Macedonian struggle, notably from Caucasus, because in what we are said that it is the diary of Peros, there is an extensive narrative on Caucasus band in which Peros does not exist. Even in Peros, in Peros manuscript, Peros does not bother to put himself in Caucasus band. Yet we have an extensive narrative of Caucasus action in autumn 1904, of which Peros could not know if he hadn't read Raptis' story. Yes.
So,
can I say no?
okay. So I don't know if you remember when I presented this morning in the introduction of Yanaris' memoirs, he was saying the short part that was published in the newspaper, that one of the main reasons that he wanted to write was to correct what others have written. So Kriaris, the son Kriaris, the other, and all this, it's to control the narrative, the public narrative, in a way to intervene and control the public narrative. So what you presented has common points in a way that if this narrative, as you suppose, stems from Peros's, originally from elements that Peros furnished, mainly his diary, his story, in fact. So his gesture is to control, finally, the narrative, to take all this and say, okay, you did it. You did it best that I could do because you are an author, but I am reappropriating it, and this is the true story. Is it that or not?
Look, the big problem we have here is that we do not know what Peros wanted to do with this manuscript. The manuscript is obviously written after 1909, and Peros died in 1912. I mean, it's 3 years. I don't know why he did it. On the other hand, I think that what must have intrigued him is the fact that his story was found printed. And what I find very interesting is that the interest he had to forget about the Caucasus incident is to be found in Raptis too. So I think that it was the crucial element that he made him to do what he did, but I do not know why he did it. I mean, I do not know what this manuscript was intended for.
What I call to control the public narrative is that the public narrative was there now. What the other did, the author, is a public narrative. So now it's public. So I'm taking it back.
Is it any possibility, first of all, what you said about Peros was never personally linked to the Embros Macedonian Committee, etc. Because he stopped being in Macedonia in the summer, early summer of 2004, and he had no links. Caucasus was a central person of the committee's job in Macedonia, work in Macedonia. So, but another question is if, and this will be maybe solved when you see the manuscript, if it exists, if it's not a manuscript by Peros, but by one of his, a later one thing. This reminded me that there is, it has been published in '93, the memoirs of a Macedonian fighter from the Genija area, Dimopoulos, from Epanomi, from Chalkidiki, which is actually based on the Mystica to Valtu of Penelope Delta. He has even the people from Egypt coming in with a small dog also, and everything. Reading it, I first thought, okay, this was really a case, and Penelope Delta just took this narrative, but it was exactly the opposite. And we know also that in Bulgaria also, it's not only Greece that happens such things. In the late 80s, a false memoir of a Komita G leader was written by a new Bulgarian scholar and operative of the secret services there, in order to serve his son or son of the son, who was an activist of extreme right Bulgarian networks abroad, and in this way he could be co-opted by the Zhivkov secret services, and they created a book that is with a foreword of a well-known Western Balkanist, Stefan Troebst. The actual writer was Georgi Parvanov, the later president of Bulgaria. And we know all this because they had to give his file after he was official.
Okay, this possibility is the reason that made me to contact with the authors, even though I did not intend to do at first place. So this is what I want to check when I get in my hands the manuscript, if the letters are Peros. Yes, exactly. The microphone is the microphone on?
Should I repeat the first part? Okay.
I think yes.
Okay. Being read many young Turk memoirs and like as such, while I was listening your presentation, also yours, I remind myself the memoirs I read, and I felt like that this generation saw this creating such documents is like, this is kind of they already know, I think it was another front of this propaganda. Propaganda is the another front in the struggle, which the literate men do least. So I think this is why, I mean, when I was reading, I was sensing that manipulation could be ethical because it is a direction, it is a course. And Bekir Sami, and while you said he died just 2 years after, we have a similar one, the Grebene, Bekir Fikri Bey, Lieutenant Colonel, who was Greek-speaking Albanian Ottoman lieutenant, let's say, and who made the guerrilla warfare during the Balkan Wars. Bekir Fikri, yes. And a strange thing is, he has a very voluminous book, and within this book, during the struggle, he finds a diary of a Greek sergeant who is like kind of having this psychological questioning, like, should we kill like this, or they kill, I mean, like, let's say Greek soldiers rape a girl and then this happened and that and that. It is a very, very, like, it's a very good novel, it could be a very good novel or something, but it pushes your mind, okay, under that much struggle, wherever, how did you manage to find this diary, So at that extent, yeah, at that extent, I mean, like, apart from the question of originality, I mean, how do you see the quality of the text as a, like, one example, is he giving the names of the enemy, like this, trying to give the sense of reality or such qualities? Do you have, can you comment on this a little bit?
Look, the problem is that we know now that the text is Raptis text, not Peros text. So have in mind, this workshop was scheduled on November. So I had almost concluded my research, not knowing anything about Raptis, by mid-September. And I was commenting on this kind of things, how the language Peros was using is very very eloquent for a Macedonian fighter. How he approaches the events. How I thought the narrative was not a diary, because it does not seem to be like a diary, but I thought that it was a case like the memoirs Antigone Thepsiadou took from Macedonian fighters in early 30s, that essentially she interviewed them and made some narration, but these are not diaries. These are memoirs, okay? I didn't need to Raptis to understand that this was not what I was reading, was not a diary. But in early January, when I found Raptis text, all these comments were irrelevant because this is the actual text of Raptis. And if we have to comment on his language or on his approach to the events, the violence, all these are essentially the approach of a journalist, of a Greek state in early 20th century, not of Peros. What is of interest is why Peros bothers, if he does it, to copy it. That is what that I do not understand. I mean, what does he want to do with this copy of an already published text in which he makes minor contributions? Does it have to do that he wants, in the context of the Balkan Wars, to make a re-entry of the game? I mean, he's forming a guerrilla group to assist the Greek army as a proskopos in 1912 under Venizelos leadership. Okay, that has to do with the overall image. Is this venture of copying Raptis text, does this venture of copying Raptis text has to do with this sequence of events? I do not know, but I cannot comment. I did it. I mean, yes, it exists in an earlier form of this presentation. It is irrelevant. The commentary on the way Peros approached through this diary, the events he narrates. It is not his text.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? There's one here. It will be the last one, maybe. It will be. You agree?
May I ask you a general question? You mentioned a monastery, which was a headquarter of a revolutionary army in the Macedonian War. And of course, I have in mind Arcadius Monastery's role in the Cretan War. I assume that there were the only fortified sites in the countryside. But do your narratives, or in general the EGO documents, give additional information about the relationships between the monastic communities and the revolutionaries, either in the 19th century or the beginning of the 19th century or the 20th century? Thank you.
First thing first, I'm not an EGO document specialist. So I cannot give a general answer. Concerning Cyrillovo Monastery, though, it is well known that it was a center of the Greek Macedonian apparatus. Its abbot was closely related to Germanos Karavagelis, the main functionary of the Greek Macedonian apparatus in Kastoria region. And they played an instrumental role in supporting Greek Macedonian bands and especially receiving them when they were coming from Greece. It was the meeting point where the Greek Macedonian bands were crossing the borders and went up the valley of Grevena towards Kastoria. It was there that they were going, and that's why this person here burned it to ground in 1906 or 700. Yes.
It was not a matter of fortified.
Yes.
It was a fortified, as you mentioned, structure. Here, they are the only hideouts that can be found by the Greek bands in the whole region. The whole region is
It's hostile.
It's organized by the communities. They have nowhere to go. There are those 2 or 3 villages. So well, they have some people supporting them, but they cannot enter because there is army there. But it's difficult for them. So the monasteries and a chain of monasteries that were under the control
of the patriarch.
So, for example, Cyrillovo is a village that was 100% excellent near the monastery, but the monastery was under the bishopric. So they are the meeting points and the places from where they begin their attacks and come back. So that's why in the summer of during 1905, England destroyed all of them because they were the only points where the Greek bands would find refuge.
Thank you, Tassos.
Thank you. So this is the end of this workshop. I don't know, Nikos, if you want to say something, announcement, or no? So we are not finished with the École Française d'Athènes because tomorrow, yes.
South staff. Yes, we have tomorrow another
meeting,
another workshop. So you can take, if you want, so this posters. Not the program, the posters as well. No, but they are the posters. I saw that to have an idea to take with you for your bedroom or living room. Alexander asked the group to print 15. So we have to set
Πώς θα σταματάμε το live? Ναι.
Έλα, Άρη.
Ναι, να σταματήσουμε το live.
Σταματήσαμε, ναι, σταμάτησε εδώ, ναι.
Οκ.
Εντάξει, μετά κλείνω εγώ, εντάξει.
Ωραία, κλείνω και εγώ το Zoom.